Prabhupada's 126th anniversary of his appearance here. We're going to start out. Srila Prabhupada will give a lecture. Srila Prabhupada will give us a lecture, and then after the lecture we'll begin, his disciples will begin sharing their glorification to Srila Prabhupada. Right now there's about 20 people on the list, so everything should go smoothly this morning. Hare Krishna.
The following is a lecture on the appearance day of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on March 2nd, 1975 in Atlanta, Georgia.
101 years ago, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he appeared on this day. So, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur is Gaura Shakti. Gaura Shakti means empowered. Empowered by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he wanted his mission to be broadcast all over the world. It is that পৃথিবীতে আছে যত নগরাদি গ্রাম সর্বত্র প্রচার হইবে মোর নাম। পৃথিবীতে all over the world, as many towns and villages are there, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu predicted that his mission will be spread. This prediction was made by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally 500 years ago. So, perhaps my Guru Maharaj, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, attempted to fulfill the desire of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sometime the year 1918. He was Brahmachari and Bhaktivinoda Thakur, his material father, he wanted Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Of course, everyone wanted that. He wrote one small book, teachings of Lord Chaitanya, teachings and precepts of Lord Chaitanya. Then in 1896, and he presented that book to the Yale University in Canada. And he very much desired that the foreigners, especially Americans, would join this movement. That was his desire in 1896. And then in 1918, my Guru Maharaj started with this mission, one institution known as Gaudiya. Perhaps some of you know the name Gaudiya. He was trying to spread this message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. By chance or by prediction, as you think, I was taken to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur by one of my friends. I did not want to go there, but he forcibly took me there. Yeah. And he ordered me that you preach the cult of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in English language. This is very much essential. On the first meeting, he told me that. That was my first meeting. At that time, I was in favor of Gandhi's movement. So I said that we are, I would say, not independent, subjugated. We hear our message. Bhakti-Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur refuted my argument. I was very much pleased. I had so many talks. But I was very much pleased to be defeated. That this so-called nationalism or anything, they are all temporary. The real need is the self-realization. So I was convinced, but at that time, although he wanted me to immediately join him and spread this movement, so at that time I was a married man, young man. I was married in 1918. And I got a son also at the time, 1921. And in 1922, I met him. At that time, I was manager in a big chemical factory. So I thought that I am a married man, I have got so many responsibility. How I can join immediately? It is not my duty. Of course, that was my mistake. I should have joined immediately. I should have taken the opportunity immediately. But Maya is there. So I thought like that. So that's a long history. And then in 1954, no, not 1968, when I was 54 years old. 1954, yes. 1954, I was at that time 58. So I left home and I was living alone. Then 1958, I took sannyas. And then I decided to take up the responsibility of my Guru Maharaj. I thought that my other god brothers are trying, so I am not capable to do it. They are better situated. But somehow or other, they could not do very much appreciative activities in this connection. So when I was 70 years old, I decided now I must do and execute the order of my Guru Maharaj. And thus, this movement was started in 1965 from New York. And I was not very much hopeful because it is a very difficult task just opposite the European and Western culture. I came, when I first came, I had no money. So I got a free passage through some Indian steam navigation company. So I came by ship. So when I was on the ship at Boston Port, Commonwealth Port, I was thinking that I have come here, I do not know what is the purpose. Because how the people will accept this movement. They are differently educated, and as soon as I say, so my dear sir, you have to give up meat eating and illicit sex and no intoxication and gambling, they will say, please go. Because that was the experience of one of my god brother. He went to London and he had the opportunity to talk with one big man, Marquis of Jetland. Marquis of Jetland was formerly governor of Bengal. At that time, I was a student. He was Scotsman, and I was student of the Scottish Church College. So he came to see our college, and he was standing in front of me in the second year class. So he is very nice, good gentleman. So he proposed to my god brother whether he can make me a Brahmin. So my god brother told, yes, we can make anyone Brahmana, provided you follow these principles. No illicit sex, no intoxication, no meat eating, no gambling. So that Lord Jetland immediately replied, impossible. So I was thinking that I will propose something which is impossible. Anyway, let me try. So now by the grace of Krishna, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and in the presence of my Guru Maharaj, you are so nice boys and girls. So in front of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you are chanting Hare Krishna mantra, and you are taking part in it very seriously. So my Guru Maharaj will be very, very much pleased upon you and bless you with all benefits. He wanted this, and it is not that he is dead and gone. That is not spiritual understanding. If an ordinary living being, he does not die. And what to speak of such exalted, authorized personality like Bhakti-yoga. He said, I never feel that I am alone. Of course, when I came to your country without any friend, without any means, practically just like a vagabond. But I had full faith that my Guru Maharaj is with me. I never lost this faith. And this is fact. There are two words, Bani and Bopu. Bani means words, and Bopu means his physical body. So, Bani is more important than the Bopu. Bopu will finish, this is material body. It will be finished. That is the nature. But if we keep to the body, to the words of spiritual master, then we remain very big star. It doesn't. Just like Bhagavad-Gita. It was spoken 5,000 years ago. But if you keep to the words of Krishna, then it is always fresh and guiding. Not that because Arjuna personally listened to Krishna about the instruction of Bhagavad-Gita, therefore he knew. That is not the fact. If you accept Bhagavad-Gita as it is, then you should know that Krishna is present before you in his words and the Bhagavad. This is called spiritual reality. It is not mundane historical incidences. If we keep evam parampara praptam imam raja sayu sakanena dhruvarastapam. If you don't keep in touch with the original name, then it will be lost. And if you keep touch with the original name, then you are directly hearing Krishna. Similarly, Krishna and Krishna's representative, spiritual master, if you keep always intact, link with the words and instruction of the superior authority, then you are always fresh. This is spiritual understanding. न जायते नाम नियसेव कदाचित नित्य शाश्वतयं पुराण. Purana means very old. That is Krishna, the Supreme Being. He must be very old because he is the original person. But the Brahma Samhita says, Advaita Achyuta Anadi Ananta Rupam Adyam Purana Purusha Navajo. Purana Purusha, the oldest person, but you will find it Navajuvan, so always a fresh youth. That is God. God is not material, that it gets old. The body gets old. So you are hearing this philosophy daily. Try to understand more and more. We have got so many books. And this is the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and my disciples, Seshan, Bhakti-yoga Thakur, then my spiritual master. Then we are trying our level best. Similarly, you will also try your level best on the same principle. Then it will go. Same principle. It doesn't matter whether one is born in India or outside India. No. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Vijayite Asiratu Navravigram, as many towns and cities and villages are there, he did not say it to make a fuss. He, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, so that sometimes I am very much criticized that I am making foreigners a Brahmana, the caste Brahmins in India. They are very much against me. But this is not fair. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said that all over the world his message will be broadcast, does it mean that it will be simply a cinema show. No. He wanted that everyone should become perfect Vaishnava. That is his purpose. It is not to make a fuss, some lecturing and some mutual praising society. It is Krishna society. Everyone will join this Krishna society movement. He is more than a Brahmin. Brahmin, what is Brahmin? Brahmin is also materialist. A devotee is more than Brahmin. The Brahminical culture is included already. Brahma janati the Brahmana. Brahmana means one knows the absolute truth. Brahma is Brahman. But that is not very fixed up. Brahmeti, Paramatmeti, Bhagavani Sabdat. Brahma is impersonal, effulgent, and then further progress, realization of the localized aspect, Paramatma, Antarjani, finally understanding the Supreme Person, Krishna. Supreme Person, that is the final understanding. So, people cannot understand how the Supreme, the origin of everything can be a person. That is their difficulty. Because they are thinking, person God, how it is possible? God is great and He is creator of everything. How a person can do it? Yes. That is the Vedic version. Ishvara Parama Krishna Sachidananda Vigraha Anadi Radi Govinda Sarva Karana Karana. He is the cause of Brahma, He is the cause of Super Soul. So, ordinary man cannot understand. Avajananti manamura, manisintamma. It requires Krishna's grace to understand. So try to receive Krishna's grace through the disciplic succession, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then you will understand everything. Jasadevi Paravati, Gatha Devi, Gatha Shilo. This is the process, Vedic process. One should have unflinching faith in God and spiritual. Don't jump over God, crossing the spiritual mountain, then it will be failure. You must go through. We are observing Vyas Puja ceremony, the birth anniversary of our Bhagavad. Why? We cannot understand Krishna without spiritual knowledge. That is bogus. If anyone wants to understand Krishna, jumping over the spiritual master, then immediately becomes a boat. Therefore, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Guru Krishna Kripa Paya bhakti-yoga. That is very Indian. Tadvidhi pranipatena pripusnena sevaya. Nobody can understand Krishna without going to his most confident sense. This is the meaning of this Vyas Puja. You cannot surpass. If you think that you have become very learned and very one. Now you can avoid the spiritual master and you understand Krishna. Very bold. That is the meaning of this Vyasa Puja ceremony. We should always create Jasya Prasada Bhagavad Prasada. Jasya Prasada, only by the grace of spiritual master we can achieve the grace or mercy of Krishna. This is the meaning of this Vyasa Puja. How many obeisance said by parampara system. So you have taken a very nice line of activity, spiritual activity. Of course, as far as possible, we have tried to give you instruction, book, but remain always faithful to the spiritual master and try to understand Krishna. And if you simply understand Krishna, then your life is settled. Dhamma karma sati bhakti jurjana chitam. The human life is meant for understanding Krishna. That is the purpose. Any other so-called understanding, that is simply a waste of time. Because we are under the grip of the material nature. You may be a very learned scholar, you may be a fool, it doesn't matter. You are under the laws of material. So before finishing this small span of life, we have got this human form of life, it will be finished. As the cats and dogs life also finished. But if we try through the Guru and Vaishnava, then we can achieve in this life the full success. Not Kaliyog like cats and dogs life. That is the opportunity. So, as far as possible, we are trying to lead you in this line, and you can follow, then the life will be successful. That is the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He wanted to deliver this fallen soul, the conditioned soul, rotting in this material world. Krishna himself, Krishna comes himself, Krishna sends his devotees, Krishna comes as devotee just to execute this mission to reclaim the fallen soul from the clutches of illusory energy to material world. Thank you very much.
So we're going to begin. We have the Sri Vyasa Puja book for this year. Panchagoda, he's going to be reading from the introduction and the meaning of Vyasa Puja. As you heard, this lecture was, I think it was March 2nd, 1975. So that was some 47 years ago. I happened to be with Srila Prabhupada while he was doing this traveling. And so this was 10 years. 10 years had gone by. And the one thing that I noticed, that I saw, was that Prabhupada was in ecstasy. He started out in India, in Mumbai. He went to Japan, he went to Hawaii, Los Angeles, Mexico City, Caracas, he said Miami, and then he came to Atlanta Temple for his spiritual master's Vyasa Puja. Every time he spoke, he was in tears over these 2 weeks. And of course I don't know but is what I saw was Prabhupada saw he was successful. His mission was successful. Not just USA, not just Europe, he was in South America, he was in Mexico, he was in Iran. Everywhere he went, he saw his disciples chanting. So the day before this class was when he gave his shortest lecture ever. That was a 2-minute lecture when he arrived in Atlanta. And he told those devotees, he said after he mentioned, he said, I've been here, here, here. He said, and your temple is the best. They also have most beautiful Gauratai deities there in Atlanta temple. And then this day that he gave this class, and he gave very heartfelt his emotions, his feelings. He described to us how he met his spiritual master. He went through everything, telling us. So on this day he did, also he offered the arti to his spiritual master. So everyone, the devotees, for 3 days he was there. Everyone was in ecstasy, including Srila Prabhupada. And he literally went into ecstasy on the Vyasa the first day he was there. So it's very wonderful to hear this lecture this morning after many, many years. So Panchagoda Prabhu, our temple president, he'll begin by reading from the Vyas Puja offering this year. Hare Krishna.
Is Dina Bandhu coming? Dina Bandhu. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja ki. So every year we read the meaning of Vyasa Puja. This year was written by Braja Bihari Das, the co-director of ISKCON Resolve. The meaning of Vyasa Puja. The Vyasa Puja is a festival of gratitude. While the word gratitude feels insufficient when we talk about the level of indebtedness we feel toward Srila Prabhupada, it may be the best the English language has to offer. In common parlance, people say they're grateful for so many inconsequential acts of kindness. In comparison, the gift Srila Prabhupada has given us is unfathomable. And we strive to honor that gift with our deepest gratitude every day, but especially on the day of Vyasa Puja. In the world today, gratitude is understood to be a greatly desirable mindset. The Harvard Medical School writes, gratitude helps people feel more positive emotions, relish good experiences, improve their health, deal with adversity, and build strong relationships. But the Harvard Medical School misses one key point when it comes to the gratitude we feel towards Srila Prabhupada. The pain in the heart we feel, especially on Vyasa Puja Day, since we know that no amount of gratitude is adequate to reciprocate the absolute mercy he has shown us. An excerpt from a poem by Kalakanta Prabhu that appeared in February 1996 issue of Back to Godhead magazine gives some glimpse into what Srila Prabhupada did for us. You could have stayed in Vrindavan, where chanting is most sweet, or moved to holy Navadweep in spiritual retreat. Your godbrothers had temples. There were room enough for you to sit and preach each Gaur Purnima to a guest or two. You could have said, it's Krishna's will. My visa was denied. I may have failed, but now I know at least that I have tried. Your patron said, you die abroad. Your godbrother just scoffed. You could have said, who'll meet the boat and guide me safely off? You could have had one look at us and said, "What have I done?" and caught the next boat heading home, unblamed by anyone. The Westerners, you could have said, can go to hell and stay. Who could have disagreed with you? We were all on our way. Instead, you laid your final years like flowers at Krishna's feet. Your guru's smile, your hidden guide, the Thakur's vision in reach. How eternally grateful we are that Srila Prabhupada tolerated such unimaginable difficulties to give us the opportunity of devotional service. Another word that is frequently used on Vyasa Puja Day is indebted or indebtedness. According to the Veda base, the word indebted or indebtedness is used 157 times by Srila Prabhupada in his writings and talks. This mood of indebtedness is in our Sampradaya's DNA, and it starts with Lord Krishna himself. Quote, "When I was away from Draupadi, she cried with the words, 'Hey Govinda, this call for me has put me in her debt, and that indebtedness is gradually increasing in my heart.'" Nectar of Devotion, Qualities of Krishna. Often the word is used to express a devotee's indebtedness to Krishna. Uddhava says to him, "O my Lord, transcendental poets and experts in spiritual science could not fully express their indebtedness to you, even if they were endowed with the prolonged lifetime of Brahma." And of course, the word is used to describe the disciples' relationship with their spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada wrote to Mantarini Devidasi in July 1976, "It is not possible for the disciple to repay the debt to the spiritual master. Therefore, the disciple remains eternally indebted to the spiritual master and continually works in such a way that the spiritual master may become pleased upon him for such sincere services rendered." The offerings found in this book are an expression of the various writers' attempts to express their mood of gratitude and indebtedness. Writing a Vyasa Puja offering is not easy. We are forced to slow down and focus on the essential nature of who we are in relationship with our Guru and Krishna. It is a challenge. We likely come up with some initial thoughts of what to write and then decide we are not satisfied with them. We may discard them as superficial or cliché. We challenge ourselves to meditate more deeply. Some of us reflect on what our life would have been like had we not come in contact with Srila Prabhupada. A meditation he himself suggests in his purport in Srimad Bhagavatam. We should always consider what our position was before we came and what it is now. We had fallen into abominable lives, but now we have been given the opportunity to chant the Hare Krishna mantra. Therefore, we should always appreciate this opportunity. We are pushed toward feelings of gratitude and indebtedness. By Krishna's grace, we finally are able to express something, albeit feelings short what we wish we would more thoroughly express. While the offerings in this book are written months before Vyasa Puja Day, we again get the opportunity to focus on our gratitude and indebtedness today, the actual day of Vyasa Puja. We may be exhausted from the Janmashtami celebration the day and night before. We push ourselves to attend and be fully present. As Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Day is a must celebration for all his followers. Naturally, we'll do our best to bring out the sincerest side of ourselves this day. Since Srila Prabhupada had to teach us everything from scratch, that naturally included how to properly honor him on this day. In Japan, 1970, Srila Prabhupada arrived at noon in the temple for his Vyasa Puja celebration. But the standard preparations had not been done. There were no flowers or offering of prasadam, and while there were several sannyasis present, a junior grihastha was offering arti. Srila Prabhupada reprimanded the devotees present and then instructed them in the proper way to observe Vyasa Puja, including offering flowers 3 times, a senior devotee's offering arti, and a special feast. He allowed the devotees to rectify their mistake by redoing Vyasa Puja the next day. On another Vyasa Puja, Srila Prabhupada noticed 3 of his senior disciples leaving the room during the offering of flowers, Pushpanjali. He was displeased and said so. In contrast, when Vyasa Puja was done nicely, Srila Prabhupada expressed satisfaction. I am so glad to hear now Janmashtami and Vyasa Puja were celebrated so successfully there in New Vrindavan. Clearly, it is important to perform the Vyasa Puja ceremony properly with full attention and devotion. Finally, and most importantly, we recall the famous line in Srila Prabhupada's 1961 offering at his Guru Maharaj's Vyasa Puja. Quote, "A festival of flowers and fruits is not the real worship. One who serves the Guru's message really worships him." End quote. This then is the ultimate meaning of Vyasa Puja, to serve Srila Prabhupada's message on Vyasa Puja day, as well as every other day of the year, with sincere surrender and love. Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja ki jai.
Thank you. So this day also in 1975 was a cold day. It was about 5 degrees Celsius on the morning walk. And when we got back that day, Srila Prabhupada called me into his room. And he had me go into his Elmira, he said, get his socks. And then he looked at me, he said, "Do you have socks?" He knew I didn't have socks because he knows everything. He was on the morning walk. He saw no socks, no shoes, just sandals. So of course I said no. And I knew what he was going to do next. I was with him long enough. And he said, "Well, you take these socks." Of course I said, "I can't take these socks, bro. They're your socks." And of course, he very instantly answered, "If I say it's okay, it's okay." So then I very happily had a stack of socks for myself and my 2 godbrothers. On the morning walk, he had been given a new pair of shoes. And back in his room, he said to me, "Do you have shoes?" I'm laughing because I could see what he was doing, and I said, "No, Prabhupada, I don't have any shoes." He said, "Well, here, you take these shoes." He said, "And you wear them." And of course I said, "That's not possible, Prabhupada, I can't wear your shoes." And again he just said, "If I say it's okay, it's okay." And then he said, when the spiritual master is present, he said, whatever he gives you, you can use those items. But after he leaves, they become worshipable. No more can you use anything from your spiritual master. So, of course, offensive as I was and am, I tried those shoes on. They didn't fit Srila Prabhupada. They were too small for him, so of course that's why he wasn't going to use them. And of course, if they didn't fit him, I was definitely, we Westerners would know, the ugly stepsister. So there was no way the shoes were going to fit me. And then I gave them to the temple presidents, and we ignored that part, and he put them on the altar. Then I went back into the room with my godbrothers, and they saw me with the socks and the shoes. And I had a little fun, and I said, look what Prabhupada gave me. He gave me socks, he gave me shoes, and immediately they chastised me and said, you can't use those. I said, oh, he said it's okay. He said, you can't use those. I said, well, some of these socks are for you. Then they agreed. So, first we're going to hear from our very own Dinabandhu Prabhu. We know he came up, I believe, 1968, 67? 1969. So we'll hear from Dinabandhu Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prachadine Nirvishesha Shunyavari Paschatya Desatarini Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So actually, Janmashtami is my spiritual birthday, because that's when, at midnight, those days we had full-on grain feast at midnight. And after that feast, I was so full of prasadam because we were living in a cabin. The devotees had come to Boulder to start a temple. They didn't even have a temple. And some hippies had rented a log cabin, not with cut wood, but with logs, like this. And they were way outside the city. So everybody said, we'll come, we'll fast with you, we'll feast with you at midnight. But, we were all young people. We didn't have any cars. How was anybody going to get there? So they made this big feast, but there was nobody there. Just myself, my friend Sunshine. It was a name for the sun. And the 5 devotees, Harinama, Prabhavati, my first temple president, and Bhavananda and Palika, and Sachi Devi, and the 3 boys who rented the cabin. That was it. They made this huge feast. And they kept saying, take more, this is spiritual food, we can't waste it. And I had never seen such things, because I was a cook. So, those days there wasn't so many rules and regulations, so I had hair all over the place. I had hair. I thought, according to Western astrology, I'm a Leo, so I thought this is my mane. Hair down to here. So, but anyway, I was helping in the kitchen, and first thing I was amazed, they had this golden liquid called ghee. I'd never seen such a thing. And they took this dough and they rolled it into paper-thin little circles and dropped it in the ghee, and it blew up. And I said, this is magic cooking. In those days, we didn't have you didn't just go to the Indian store and buy the besan flour to make the pakoras and laddus. You had to grind it yourself. So we had this little cast iron grinder, and you put the chickpeas in, and you put it loose, first, and it comes out like gravel. Then you tighten it a little more, and it comes out like very coarse sand. Then you tighten it a little more, and then you tighten it a little more, and I was like, whoa, and I heard, Bhavananda was preaching me, we have to give all our energy to Krishna. So I thought, I'm really giving all my energy. Krishna's really going to like this. Whatever they're going to do with it. So anyway, at midnight there was a big feast with puris and paneer sabji and laddus and gulab jamans, so many things. So Bhavananda was sitting there, he said, you know how to eat this? And he picked up this gulab jamun. In those days, the law was you had to let it soak for 3 days before you offered it to Krishna. Right? And he said, he took that whole gulab jamun and he went, boop. He tossed it in his mouth. And I said, well, he can do it, I can do it. So I picked up that gulab jamun, I threw it in my mouth. I thought, wow, I'm in the spiritual world. Because Bhavananda was preaching me, in this material world, everything gets dull. Huh? Just like when I was a young kid, there was there was a cigarette advertisement. Smoking more, enjoying less, smoking more, enjoying less. So everything gets dull in this material world. But in the spiritual world, Bhavananda would go, taste is always heightening. And he'd go like that, and I would just rush with him. He said, sight is always heightening. Huh? Touch is always heightening. A taste, everything always heightening. I go, wow. And when I put that gulab jamun in my mouth, I thought, I made it. I'm in the spiritual world. And then they kept feeding us. They said, this is all spiritual food. We can't waste it. Huh? And I ate so much. One part of my mind said, wow, I can't move. I was just leaning against this log cabin and shaking my head. I said, wow, I can't move. And the other side of my head said, well, if you could move, where would you go? Chanting, dancing, and feasting, and the absolute truth is revealed to you. Otherwise, you step outside that door, birth, death, disease, and old age. There's no question of becoming a devotee or not. So that midnight, after that gulab jamun, I said, I'm going to, because before I was a devotee, I used to sell certain types of intoxication. And people always, what's it like? I said, just put it in your mouth, and a half hour later, you know what it's all about. What can I say, You can't explain it. So these people, they were telling me, just like Prabhupada on this lecture, just telling, no illicit sex, no gambling, no intoxication, no meat eating. And that was the hippie life. Except for somehow or other, some of us young people became vegetarians, so that one was mostly there. And Prabhupada just said on his lecture, Swamiji, please go home. So I said, because I remember when I got to the cabin, Prabhavati, she saw somebody came to hear about Lord Chaitanya, and she was dancing. She was saying something, Haribol, what is this Haribol? I don't know, Haribol. She was going like this and dancing. And I said, this girl is really high. And I just heard that they're regulative principles. So I said, what do they have? What do they have here? I said, well, I guess I'll never find out unless I put it in my mouth and wait a half hour. So I just said, I'm going to become a devotee and see what it's all about. Of course, the next day was this Vyasa Puja. We had another feast. I was amazed. Every day a feast. The next day was Sunday. There was another feast. So, anyway, I don't know what special mercy I got that I managed to take shelter of Srila Prabhupada. It's just like somehow he came and he turned on the light, and just like cockroaches, we started running everywhere. And somehow I ran underneath the lotus feet of Prabhupada. I don't know, otherwise I have no qualification. I was completely useless fellow. totally absorbed in the most grossest type of sense gratification. But somehow Prabhupada turned the light. As a little cockroach, I ran under his feet, because cockroaches, they run for some shelter, so somehow I got the shelter of Prabhupada. And I first met Prabhupada because they were out in the middle of, that time there was temples on the East Coast, there was temples on the West Coast. And we were in Boulder, Colorado, not exactly the middle, but we were out in the middle of nowhere. So they gave me this blue, little tiny Bhagavad-Gita. Somehow they edited out about 600 pages. It was 400 pages, and I think it's 1,100 is what the standard is. And somehow they edited out so much, this Macmillan Company. And I started reading that because I had been studying at the University of Notre Dame. I was studying sociology because I thought, since in our family money wasn't a problem, why should I spend my life chasing after money? Let me help people. So I was studying sociology, but then I began to realize that my desire was to make others happy. But I myself have no happiness. We have a nice house on the side of the ocean. We can watch the waves come in and crash against the rocks. We have a swimming pool. We have everything. But my heart is empty. And then I began to wonder, what is my social work? I will help other people, so-called less fortunate people, get a better job, get a better education, so they can get a better job, so they can make more money and buy all the same things that didn't give me any happiness. In other words, I'll make people as frustrated as I am. So I was really confused then. So during the summer, we were traveling around. Somehow we ended up in Boulder. Because either you went to Woodstock or you went to Boulder that year in '69. So then I began reading. Just the introduction to Prabhupada's Bhagavad-Gita answered all the questions that were banging around my mind. I first met Prabhupada through his Bhagavad-Gita, through his books. This is why Prabhupada's always emphasizing distribute books, because that's how I met Prabhupada. And he gave a simple example. He said, just like if you have a bird in a bird cage and you make the cage out of silver, you make it out of gold, you put a nice carpet, you put a TV set, you do anything for that cage, but unless you give some food to the bird, how will he be satisfied? So same thing, this body is like a cage. Inside is living this little bird-like soul. You can do everything for the body. I had everything for the body. But I wasn't satisfied unless you give something to the soul. And Prabhupada repeated, just like we heard, this is the qualification of spiritual master. He doesn't invent something new. He repeated the same message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. If you want to give nourishment to the soul, then you have to, specifically in this dark Kali Yuga, you have to chant the holy name of Krishna, because that is non-different from Krishna himself. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. So then I said, this is the knowledge that I've been looking for. So I gave up. I never went back to the university. I became a student of Bhagavad-Gita and disciple of Srila Prabhupada. And a few months later, it wasn't even 6 months, but just somehow by some mercy, Prabhupada was in LA. They sent me to LA to get initiated. And this was in the old La Cienega temple. Now we're in Watseka. Before that, we were in La Cienega temple. And Prabhupada, this is one of the last initiation ceremonies where Prabhupada did everything himself. He gave the lecture, he designed the fire sacrifice, he did the fire sacrifice all himself, he did everything himself. And he chanted on the beads right in front of us. After this, he would chant in his room, and they would just stick them on the microphone stand and take them off, and he would hand them. So, those days you didn't go to the temple store and get some Tulsi beads from Loy Bazaar. we used to go to a place called Tandy Leather Company, because the hippies used to string beads on leather straps. So you get these little white beads. We had to string our own japa beads. And they were very, very light colored wood. So finally my turn came. There's about 10 of us. And Prabhupada took the beads and he had them like this in his hand. And it looked just like a string of pearls. And Prabhupada chanted like this. The tip, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Then he rolled on the side, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So we watched Prabhupada chant on our beads. Then he handed me my beads. Or they asked, what is the rules of, how many rounds? I said, 16. And he said, what are the rules and regulations? I said, no illicit sex life, no meat eating, no gambling, and no... Then my mind went blank. Then I completely froze. I couldn't think at all. Somewhere behind me, some brahmachari was saying, no drugs, no drugs. I said, no intoxication. And Prabhupada said, yes, no LSD. And Prabhupada knew where I was at. So I already seen, you had to take those beads with your right hand, because somebody went with left and Prabhupada, so I took the beads with the right hand, and then Prabhupada said, so your name is Dinabandhu. Dinabandhu means friend of the humble. And I guess I had this funny look on my face from forgetting that one regulated principle. So I must have had some funny look, because Prabhupada said, it is all right? Oh yes, Prabhupada, it is all right. So then Prabhupada gave a lecture, and that lecture he said very simple verse. Same theme as this lecture we were just listening to. He said, what is that? Suchi hoy, muchi hoy, yadi Krishna tyaje. Muchi hoy, suchi hoy, yadi Krishna bhaje. He said, even if one is suchi, I mean clean means Brahman. Brahman is very clean. But tyaje, just like we know tyag, comes from this verb tyaj. But he has given up Krishna consciousness. He has no Krishna consciousness. He immediately becomes muchi. Muchi means the cobbler, dealer in skin. Prabhupada said it was such ditte, skin. But even if one is muchi, lowest down, but he is yadi Krishna bhaje. If he is worshipping Krishna, he immediately becomes suchi, the highest. He says, so take advantage of this small Bengali verse, you chant Hare Krishna and make your life perfect. I remember this last part of the lecture. And then Prabhupada, there was a little Radha Krishna. That time we didn't have big Radha Krishna. And there was a big picture of Panchatattva on top. There was a shelf with Lord Jagannath. And then there was the Vyasa with Srila Prabhupada on this big stage in the old Lasiniga temple. And Prabhupada got up on his Vyasa, he led kirtan. And so I was jumping there in front of Prabhupada like anything. Now, the person who made me devotee, as I was telling, was Bhavananda. He was from Hollywood. So, everything had to be flashy. So he gave me this dhoti, because it wasn't we went to the temple store and got some dhoti from Loy Bazaar. We used to go to Penny's or JC or Newberry's and get 35% Dacron, 65% nylon, peach-colored cloth. And he got, because he was flashy from Hollywood, so he got this shiny, shiny cloth that was very slippery. So all of a sudden I felt my dhoti go zoot, zoot. I just grabbed and I was jumping up and down. So anyway, we're on this day, we're very, very indebted. We've just heard this word again and again, indebted to Srila Prabhupada. He is a bona fide spiritual, not he still is here. As he said, I don't feel a separation from my spiritual master. He's still with me. He's bona fide spiritual master. He's repeating the same message. This is the real purpose of becoming a guru, to repeat, not to make something new or to become fancy. Just like there's some character now, he's become very famous and calling himself guru. But I just saw a clip. He admits, I never read Bhagavad-Gita. He's calling himself guru. He's never read Bhagavad-Gita. So somehow we're so fortunate we can't imagine that we've taken shelter of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, bona fide guru, coming down in disciplic succession from Krishna himself. Srila Prabhupada ki!
Thank you very much to the wonderful group. Now next we're going to hear from, we're having arguments here, Abhiram Prabhu, who joined us Prabhupada in 1969. He was temple president at the Miami temple when I was there with Srila Prabhupada, just before he went to Atlanta. Please come this way. I was going to tell another little story, but I'll see how things go with the speakers. We have about 25 more speakers to go, so Hare Krishna.
I wanted to put Srila Prabhupada a little bit in the context of history, if I could beg your tolerance. We are living in a mental condition which is subjected to the concept of time. Actually, time is the most magical thing. One very renowned quantum physicist recently said that if we could understand time, we would automatically understand everything. Very interesting that the Lord in Bhagavad-Gita claims time I am. Because it's the magic illusion that we're living in a sequence of time. But to understand a text, one must understand the context. And Srila Prabhupada entered from the spiritual world this realm that is governed by time, the Lord as time. And history, which is noting the events of time, has many, many different turns and twists. Each one of them, the axis of that turn is a person. Historians today, they analyze events from a different angle. They look at political ideas, economic sequences. Of course, they include persons, but the primary cause of all the planetary movements, the primary cause of everything in our life is a person. Just like Alexander the so-called Great made such a big noise for a few years, then he left. But the echo of his actions continues. Or to speak of Genghis Khan. But who are those persons who actually molded human society, who actually advanced human society? Of course, we're specifically interested here in the Lord and His various appearances, yada, yada, yadarmasya. He keeps coming in so many different ways to bless us. And Srila Prabhupada mentions even through His Son, and of course we mean Guru, who is nothing but the form of the Lord, Chaitya Guru, being carried in the heart of one of His pure devotees, presented forward. I once did a calculation on the time that we experience in relation to Lord Brahma. I did a mathematical calculation. To bring it very much down to our plane of understanding, It basically goes like this. If you calculate the blink of your eye, how long is that experienced by Lord Brahma? My rough analysis is approximately 60,000 years. How many times have you blinked your eye since I posited this idea? And Brahma experiences that over 60, because we're like the ant compared to Lord Brahma. Mahaprabhu came, in that context, Mahaprabhu was here such a short time ago, hardly a blink, not even the beginning of a blink of Mahaprabhu. Lord Krishna came, not even in the halfway through a blink, not even that far. And Srila Prabhupada was here, how long? 11 years, 12 years. And Lord Brahma is looking at this and seeing that those great personalities come and they just touch the earth for less than a moment. And the jivas are flying out, being freed. They're being freed by the millions, by the trillions. So from where we sit, we may not understand the glory of these personalities. And I speak in plural, Srila Prabhupada, Lord Chaitanya, because they're all in the same mood. They're all executing the will of the Lord through yada yada yadarmasya glanya bhavati bharata. And Srila Prabhupada was here for 12 years. Again, Lord Brahma blinks 60,000 years. And how much he did. The radiations, you're all sitting here, and devotees are sitting all over the world. And those even don't know they're devotees yet, they're being moved. The whole of India is being moved. Today we see India moving back towards Bharat. There's a genuinely, you can easily identify a momentum. And what is that momentum based on? It's based directly on the work of Srila Prabhupada. I came to India first in 1974, and I can tell you it was a very different India. It was a shamed India. It was a broken India. It was an embarrassed India. It was a hiding India. When I first drove my ambassador, I was temple president in Calcutta in that time. When I first drove my ambassador through the streets of Calcutta, the Calcutta police saw a white man driving in a car. They blew their whistle, stopped all the traffic, saluted me, and then, like I was King George himself coming through. They were so humiliated by the occupation of the British. And what was I? I was just a young idiot. But now you see that momentum. So how did Prabhupada contribute to that change? Because he went to the West. Of course, he told us, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati sent so many people to take birth. Just like when Lord Krishna was born, last night we were reading, that the demigods were instructed, take birth in the Yadu dynasty, and just wait, I'm coming. And there's a fact that so many of my godbrothers, and myself included, when we were born and started to become slightly conscious, we knew that we were looking for someone. We automatically understood it, to the point where, and many of my godbrothers will have the same experience, when I simply first saw his photograph, I didn't know who he was, even what he was doing. But my entire being immediately was convinced that this was my purpose for living, that I had to follow him no matter what he was doing. And then I turned to the page and it said, Krishna, the sound is transcendental. And I was 100% already convinced. It was just a matter of now feeding into my intelligence what it was I was supposed to do. So Srila Prabhupada came, harvested those planted double agents, brought them back to India, and put them in the face of the defeated and said, look, they're at our feet, they're at the feet of Sanatana Dharma. They're at the feet of this parampara. Now wake up. So many men are layer by layer coming in that, following in that, in what he has established. So you'll see, India is going to change because of Mahaprabhu, because of Srila Prabhupada. So historically, Srila Prabhupada may not be understood by the so-called historians, by the modern world, because they don't see what is actually changing things. They don't actually understand. They're always scratching their head. Why did people do this? Because they don't understand how history actually works. It's all under the control. The whole thing is a dance, controlled by the divine, ultimately by the Lord, all executing his purpose. And just like you see the planets, they don't orbit in circular, they orbit elliptical. So that Earth is racing away, trying to escape the hold, and then at the last minute it's pulled back in. So you get an elliptical force, right? This is the mercy of the Lord, keeping everything in balance. Everything is under the control of the Lord. Srila Prabhupada's every step was under the control of the Lord because he completely submitted to the Lord. And many things you all know, but for the sake of putting together this proposal of his historical position, I'll just remind you that on numerous occasions, and in front of me, one time, Srila Prabhupada was just coming out of the bath in Calcutta. He had his janeo wrapped on his ear. He was coming out, just his lungi, didn't have any top on. And he had a very thoughtful look on his face. I was the only person in the room. And just not even looking at me, just sort of looking in the air, sort of mystified, sort of amazed, he said, in my entire life, there is never a time when I was not thinking of Krishna. Who can say that? Who can say that but a resident of Krishna Loka? So he came here not even that long. Not even that long. Lord Brahma may not have had a chance to turn his head and see who had come. And he was already on his way. And look what happened. He brought that little spark. The firewood was dry. The grass was dry. It was ready to be ignited. And he brought that spark. So this is just a small facet and a way to look at Srila Prabhupada, to consider his historical context, his importance, and is unimaginable. But by looking at it this way, we can understand just who he must have been, who he must have been in relation to the Lord. So I won't go further. Thank you for your patience. I'll be eager to hear my godbrothers speak also.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear from our very own Daivi Shakti Mataji. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with her. She needs no introduction.
through the line of mercy. As Abhiram just quoted Srila Prabhupada saying, Srila Prabhupada never forgot Krishna his whole life. Despite college, politics, career, and a newly married wife, nurtured by his pure devotee father, Gaur Mohan Dey, his strong Vaishnav culture kept Kali's sway at bay. Bhaktivinoda struggled to establish Gaudiya Vaishnavism in a society steeped in Western thought and crass impersonalism. It took him 8 long years' search to find Srimad Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita to aid later generations to come. Had he not fought to rid society of apasampradayas, Mahaprabhu's pure teachings could have never come to us. Thakur wondered why Sri Chaitanya loved Krishna so much, since Krishna was poorly regarded as a wrongdoer and debauch. But studying Chaitanya Charitamrita convinced him of the truth, that Krishna is the source of Godhead, revealing his Leela of youth. He passed that message on to his beloved son, Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who expanded Abhai's love for Krishna through his instruction and sakhur. Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastra Koi, Lavamatra Sadhu Sang, Sarva Siddhi Hoy. Having met his eternal father, his spiritual life unfolded. The rest is history, how his ISKCON society was molded. The eternal sambandh of Krishna Prem is present in every soul. Srila Prabhupada has given us the method to reach that topmost goal. Coming through a line of mercy, he fills our life with purpose. Had he not come to save us, our lives would all be worthless. Today we remember the struggles of our Sampradayas Acharyas. By their powerful mercy flow, Srila Prabhupada came to salvage us. On this day of Vyasa Puja, we offer our life to Prabhupada's service so that mercy can flow throughout the world by the method he showed us. We exist only by his mercy. Our lives are nothing but his grace. We will try to spread that mercy despite obstacles we face. Srila Prabhupada, we pray to you for intelligence and strength so that we may continue to serve you despite life's dwindling length. Our life is yours. We have no real friend in this world except for you. Please therefore cast your merciful glance upon us on this day of Vyasa Puja. Hare Krishna.
Now we're going to hear from our Prasanat Bhakti.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna-Pashthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swamiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pracharani Nirvasesha Sunnavadhi Vastate Tarani. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I'm so happy to see all my old friends and God brothers. Abhiram Prabhu, I haven't seen him in a while. Vyasa Prabhu, we're all old BBT warriors. Anyway, Srila Prabhupada was born in 1896, 1st of September, outskirts of Kolkata. His father was Gaur Mohan Dey, and his mother name was Rajini Devidasi. So in a young age, Prabhupada born in Vaishnava family, he was trained to worship Lord Krishna. As we all know, at the age of 6, he started his own Jagannath Ratha Yatra among his friends around the street and worship Jagannath. And at the age of 21, he married to Radharani, his wife's name, and she was only 11-year-old at the time. It's common in those days, girls get married in very young age. I remember my mother was married when she was 14 years old. It's normal. A father give kanyadan, daughter away in a very young age and raised by the husband and the in-laws from very young age. In 1922, Srila Prabhupada met Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati in Prayagraj, known as Allahabad, and Prabhupada was trying to tell Bhaktisiddhanta at that time, our nation is not free from British, I should wait. So Prabhupada, Bhaktisiddhanta talk him out of it and say the basic principle of Bhagavad-Gita, that we are not this body, we are not Indian, we are not Hindu, just forget about all those stuff, surrender to Krishna. So after 11 years, officially, Srila Prabhupada got initiation by Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, and in 1944, he started magazine, Back to Godhead magazine, and in 59, officially, he took sannyas from Keshav Maharaj, Prabhupada's godbrothers, and in Mathura. And then he moved to Vrindavan, stayed many different places, including Radha Damodar Mandir, and take shelter of Goswamis, studying very hard all the scriptures and getting himself prepared. In between, he was also writing and translating Srimad Bhagavatam and printing in Delhi. And I am not sure who told me, somebody told me during the one summer, Prabhupada was going to Delhi for printing book. And just to save a few penny, he walked all the way to Palwell, which is very long way, just to save maybe 20 paisa or 15 paisa, walked all the way to Palwell. Imagine any one of us even walking to Loi Bazaar or walking, no. He renounced everything, he gave up everything, and he followed the instruction of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. He only met twice. Bhaktisiddhanta says, preach Krishna consciousness to the English-speaking world, and whenever you have opportunity, have money, print books. Print books, print books. And that is Srila Prabhupada's slogan. There are so many gurus came and gone, but Srila Prabhupada's book will be here forever. 10,000 years, maybe more. So, one time I have an opportunity meet one of Prabhupada's son with Prabhupada, Vrindavan. He had a bookshop in Calcutta, College Row. Abhiram probably know the place. And he was selling books, and I was in charge of BBT at the time. So we had some kind of conversation, and Prabhupada told Vrindavan, Even though his own son, he just treated him like any other person, preached to him and told him, if you want to become rich like me, sell my books. You will be a very rich man. But unfortunately, he didn't follow the instruction as Prabhupada wanted. He didn't sell any books. He was still in poverty, waiting for Prabhupada to give money. And we were giving books to him from BBT. He owed us 25,000 rupees, something like that. And Prabhupada gave me instruction, don't send any books anymore. And the other hand, Gargamuni was doing the library party with Vyasa, kind of broke our go down and took all the books. And Prabhupada said, give whatever he needs, because he was distributing his books. So Srila Prabhupada is very, very kind, very merciful, very simple person. At the same time, he never forgot what his Guru Maharaj told him until at the time of his death. He keep on translating books, printing books, and that's all he's interested. He's not interested so much all the other activity like building Vrindavan temple, Bombay temple, Mayapur and Hyderabad and so many other temples. It's all extra cream. But his main goal to translate and print books. Luckily, we have opportunity in Vrindavan to build a nice museum for Srila Prabhupada. Now we become very popular places to spread the glory of Srila Prabhupada and our parampara system. So Krishna conscious movement, it's not just started 10 years ago or 50 years ago by Srila Prabhupada. It is started originally from Krishna, Brahma, Narada, Vyasa. So we are all direct link to Krishna. We are very, very fortunate that we become disciple of Srila Prabhupada. We become very fortunate, breathe the same air he was breathing. We were very fortunate to dance like a little monkey in front of the Lord and Srila Prabhupada. We were very, very fortunate to serve in many different ways. The best way we can all serve Prabhupada, remembering him by distributing his books, books and books. And that's his favorite slogan and favorite request, that we all serve him in many different ways, but contributing, facilitating book distribution, that's his primary goal. So I don't want to take too much time. There are many, many devotees are waiting. I only pray at this wonderful, auspicious day. The birth of Srila Prabhupada is very, very special. This kind of great Acharya is not born every other day. It was born very, very rarely. Samahatma sudurlabha, manushanam sagarse. So it's very, very rare. But we don't know what fortune I had to be disciple of Srila Prabhupada in a young age and have an opportunity to live in Vrindavan to serve Krishna consciousness until I die. Hare Krishna. All goes to Prabhupada.
Thank you very much for saying that. Very good point to distribute books. Now we're going to hear from Nagapatni Mataji. She's also a resident here. Most of you will know in Vrindavan, and she does a course for VIHE on Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's so nice. It's so nice to hear the devotees talk with such love and devotion. It actually increases our love and devotion and gratitude for Srila Prabhupada. I'm actually first going to read a offering from my god sister Ananda. She wasn't able to be here. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please continue to accept me as your servant, birth upon birth, wherever and whenever you desire. It is the greatest boon in all the worlds to have this priceless privilege, and with privilege comes responsibility. When I observed how beautifully my senior godbrothers and sisters and the younger generation serve you, I feel so deficient and humbled. Although I have not a clue how to follow in their footsteps, somehow you continue to give me shelter and even put up with my meager attempts. Not only that, you rain down your mercy, especially in the shape of your living Shastra books and your personal example. We can all feel that your presence at the helm of our ISKCON movement, indeed, it is still spreading like wildfire. As you would say, people continue to be attractive upon hearing of you and meeting your followers. ISKCON is booming and booming. We can understand it is the only hope for an air bombarded with accelerated modes of ignorance and passion and misdirected goodness. We too must accelerate our efforts to follow your instructions by carefully and repeatedly reading your books and distributing them. We are making progress in establishing Krishna farms, schools, restaurants, and there are over 1,000 Ratha Yatra festivals worldwide. Harinam and Prashadam distribution, the highest standards of deity worship, all these services and more are ever increasing your glories and that of your devotees. Your all-attractive love and compassion have truly drowned us in the ocean of spiritual security. I wish so much to become a true devotee and disciple of yours. You are powerful. You can grant me the boon to always serve you in a way that you are pleased, to take advantage of the super efficient process of devotional service, to cut the useless ties of nescience once and for all. I bow down in the dust of your lotus feet with unlimited happiness and gratitude forever. Thank you for saving me, Srila Prabhupada. Please give me the strength to pass on your mercy without contamination. Your Ananda Devi Dasi. Jai Srila Prabhupada. And I just wrote a little poem for Srila Prabhupada. In Calcutta, 1896, under a jackfruit tree, September 1st, appeared a special baby. Not an ordinary conditioned soul, this one was sent, it was foretold. Gaur Mohan, with faith and devotion, put this child's life in motion. Learning harmonium, playing the drum, everyone takes notice, an exceptional son. Ratha Yatra was not just a child's game. This was an opportunity to share the Lord's fame. An exact cart, feast preparation, inviting everyone. This was practice for future things to come. No, I'm not going, I've seen the lot. So-called sadhus cheating, smoking pot. Just wearing saffron, they've created a rot. I don't have the time not to be smart. Just this once humor me, I need your opinion desperately. Up the stairs to the rooftop, There Guru sat, regal, scholarly, sitting with a straight back. Spontaneous Dandavats respect for the man, but before they arose, there came a command. Young men, travel and preach to all lands. Lord Chaitanya's message is in good hands. This lad acknowledged a higher calling. This guru was elevated, worth following. His instructions becomes Abbe's perfection. From this time forward, there's no other destination. Performing his duties in Grihastra life, never deviating and enduring so much strife. His qualities grew beautiful, bold, and bright. His words were strong, full of might and right. Krishna set the sails for the difficult journey. He took off, never hesitating, lamenting, or yearning. 2 heart attacks, would this be the end? He deepened his devotion, on Krishna he depend. The old sadhu arrived in the foreign land, books in a trunk, 40 rupees in his hand. Go right or left, he didn't know. He was focused, dedicated, and continued to go. An unearthly example of tolerance, patience, and love. He taught anyone who would listen about the God above. Never before have these people seen in one being such compassion, intelligence, love, and reasoning. Before long, east to west, north to south, his message was spread throughout. Sacred books were printed and distributed, everyone touched by the holy name he gifted. Temples appeared in all the western lands. It was not enough for this saintly man. Russia and China were added to the story. Even his country awoke to revive its glory. As he didn't stay for that long, my heart continues to sing his song. We strive to honor this elevated soul. All he's given us cannot be told. Can we begin to grasp and understand how he's lightened all the lands from horrible reactions, so many sinful feats, to glorious placement at Lord Krishna's lotus feet. Our only desire now is to serve his mission, take his lasting words with submission, so that one day we can again be charmed by seeing him smile and follow him along. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you very much, Mataji. We're going to hear from Vyasa Prabhu. First met the devotee in 1968 into Prashadam at that time. And most of you will know he's been traveling around for decades, giving classes and doing kirtans. Even before there were kirtan celebrities, he was already a kirtan celebrity. Hare Krishna.
Mukam karoti vachalam, pangum langhayate girim, yatripa tamaham bande, Sri Gurun dinadarinam. So everything is by the mercy of Guru. So today we have heard about the meaning of Vyas Puja, and the words that we've heard were indebtedness and gratitude. I would like to add another word that for me is very important, and that word is appreciation. This is the day when we have to remember that we have to always offer Srila Prabhupada our appreciation. Appreciation is what we show by our behavior. So Prabhupada, in his lecture in Atlanta that we just heard, he spoke about the Vani Seva and the Vapu Seva. So we have to follow in the footsteps of Prabhupada's Vapu, the Vapu Seva, but we also have to follow in the footsteps of the Vani Seva. That means that we only share with others what Srila Prabhupada shared with us. He told us so many times, I have given you everything. So that means that what we need to go back home, back to Godhead, we already have, but some people still, they're looking for something more. Prabhupada didn't like this. Now, we sing every morning, we sing a special prayer to honor the Acharya, the founder Acharya. And in that song that we sing every day, it says, Guru Mukha Padmavaka Chitete Koriaika Arna Korihamone Asha. So what is the meaning of what we're singing? We have to understand that. Guru Mukha Padmavaka, that the words emanating from the lotus mouth of the spiritual teacher, our founder Acharya, Chitete, in our heart, Koriya Oika, has to become one with that teaching. We have to become living truth. We have to live the words, the teachings that Prabhupada spoke. Arna Koriya Mone Asha, and I have no other desire in my mind. I have no other desire to know anything more except the words that I've heard coming from the lotus mouth of my spiritual master and our founder Acharya. And this is what we sing every day. We have to appreciate what we're singing. We have to follow it. Now, how do we know 100 years from now or 200 years from now that people are going to be following Srila Prabhupada? The only way that we know is that every person has to surrender to Srila Prabhupada. Because when you surrender to Srila Prabhupada, you're automatically surrendering to your guru, because your guru is not doing or saying anything different than Prabhupada. So if you are following Prabhupada 100%, you know that you're following your guru. Even you may not see your guru very often. So in February 8th, I was living in Los Angeles, and Srila Prabhupada arrived. He stayed for 3 days. Then he went to Mexico, and Caracas, Miami, and as we heard, Atlanta, we heard that talk. So in LA, on February 8th, Prabhupada just gave a short address. So here's what he said. And I repeated this hundreds of times, so it's like verbatim practically. So the first thing he said was, my Guru Maharaj ordered me to spread the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the English-speaking countries. Now we know that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur made a request. If you speak in English, this will be very good for you. Be good for others who hear you. He encouraged him to speak in English. But Prabhupada took it, he ordered me. Prabhupada took that request as his life and soul. This confirmed, again, this is the mood of a genuine disciple. Then Prabhupada said, but I am an old man. What can an old man do? And I was thinking, wow, Prabhupada's so humble. And he said, but my Guru Maharaj was so kind upon me that he sent all of you, American boys and girls, to help me. And now I'm very happy to say that Lord Chaitanya's mission is in the right hands, and he went like that. Lord Chaitanya's mission is in the right hands. And everybody in the room, we were all looking around like this, whose hands is the right hands? No one felt that our hands were the right hands. But Prabhupada, he felt that. He had so much faith, or should I say, Shraddha means faith, but I have a deeper meaning for Shraddha, which means trust. He had so much trust that we would carry on this movement. So he said, my Guru Maharaj was so kind upon me, he sent all of you American boys and girls to help me. And now Lord Chaitanya's mission is in the right hands. And then he said, and this is a famous thing, everybody knows this, but this is the occasion that he said it. He said, the grandfather is more kind to the children than the father. Therefore, my Guru Maharaj will be more kind to you than to me. And so today, Srila Prabhupada is your grandfather. Therefore, he will be more kind to you than to us. I know this as a fact because I heard Prabhupada say this. And then Prabhupada said, if I have any credit, it is one thing. And I was amazed because he'd spread Krishna consciousness. In 1975, Krishna consciousness was all over the world. He says, if I have any credit, it is only one thing. That I have delivered to you the message of Lord Krishna through the parampara, without adding, without subtracting anything, as it is. And then he gave an example. He said, just like the government sends a letter to a citizen, and the postman delivers that letter as it is. He doesn't open it up, take out a word, add anything, delivers it as it is. So Prabhupada compared himself to a postman delivering the message of Krishna. So we should show our appreciation by following in the footsteps of Prabhupada's Vani, his teaching, following in the footsteps of his behavior. And if we do that, if we're 100% become living truth to the words of Srila Prabhupada, Arna Koriya Mone Asha, I have no other desire to know anything else except what's coming from the lotus mouth of Srila Prabhupada. If we do that, then we know that we are following our Guru, and we know that ISKCON in the next 100 years, 200 years, the parampara will be safely passed on. So then, if we all do this, then I can very comfortably say that Lord Chaitanya's mission is now in your right hands. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada.
Very nice. Thank you very much for asking people. Now we're going to hear from Narataki Mataji. She's getting ready. Well, now I won't tell a story.
Timirandasya Ganandina Shalakaya Chakshun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Namo Vishnuvedaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Tinamani Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pachayani Nivashesha Shrivadi Pasyatyarishatani. This is a very short story about the preaching of Srila Prabhupada in Australia. I met Srila Prabhupada in Australia first. So it was a Rath Yatra, and after the Rath Yatra parade we had a big hall in which Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa was put very prominently, and we were having a big Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in front of Srila Prabhupada, and he indicated for us to all go around in the circle, and that was for us the first time that he showed us how to circumambulate, and that is something that we do with an auspicious personality, that we chant Hare Krishna and go around him. So then when he was sitting down for the lecture, he went straight into the subject matter. He said, see, Krishna is saying, my dear Arjun, idam tu te guyatamam, I'm giving you the most confidential knowledge. And he said, Gyanam Vijnanam Sahitam. Sahitam means knowledge and realization. He usually translates it as realization, but that time he was saying that Vijnanam is not imagination, but it is science with practical demonstration. So what is the demonstration? Yachgyatva mokshate shubhat. If you know this here, this knowledge, if you get to know this knowledge, then you will be liberated from all inauspiciousness. He was calling it inauspiciity. So shubhat, it is, so moksha, you will be liberated from the inauspiciousness from this body, which is full of, you will be liberated from the body which Ashubhat, full of inauspicity. So then he went on, when Srila Rupa Goswami met Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Allahabad, he offered the prayer, Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Padayate. You are the most magnificent personality of Godhead because you are widely distributing pure love of Krishna. So he wanted to introduce Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to us, to the people who were not yet devotees. And his quality, his most significant quality is that he was giving pure love of God, which is such a rare thing. And then he went on, to understand Krishna is a very difficult job. Krishna says personally, Manushyanam Sahasrishu, out of many thousands among men, one may be endeavoring for a perfection. Those who have achieved perfection, only one will know me in truth. Generally people want perfection, Srila Prabhupada said, in their lives, but they don't know what this perfection is. So Prabhupada explained that perfection is to get liberation from the body, which is inauspicious. Why inauspicious? Because birth, death, old age, and disease. So when one becomes free from the four imperfections, Srila Prabhupada said, that is real perfection. No one wants to die, but everyone thinks one has to die. And then Prabhupada said very emphatically, but no, you are eternal, you're not meant for death. And for us devotees, we had heard it, but for newcomers, I know this it was a very striking thing for us, that statement. You don't have to grow old, you don't have to die, you don't have to take birth. Then he said, you're always manufacturing so many things to become happy, but you can be assured that such material plans, by such material plans you will never become happy. In one of his Bhakti-Vedanta purports in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Prabhupada explains what are the 5 types of ignorance. And number 1 is to accept the body to be the self. 2 is to make material sense gratifications one's standard of enjoyment. 3, to be fearful and anxious of because of material identification. And 4, as a consequence of that, also to lament. And 5, to think that there's something else beyond the absolute truth. Because that's, Prabhupada said, the ultimate in ignorance. During this Rath Yatra lecture, I was sitting near an elderly Indian man who appeared very contemplative. I was about 25 years, so I thought he is so absorbed because this spiritual knowledge is from his homeland. But now, 50 years later, I realized that Srila Prabhupada had touched his heart. He gave such profound instructions that he did not have to accept birth, disease, old age, and death, and not to accept the body as the self, to not make material sense enjoyment one's goal in life. And if I identify with the body, I will surely be fearful at death. And then I will certainly lament when friends and relatives pass away. And over and above, my plans for material enjoyment become frustrated repeatedly. So I have to leave, and I have to leave everything behind. So at the end of the lecture, Srila Prabhupada pleaded, don't be rascals, just surrender to Lord Krishna, and your life will become perfect and happy. This is the sum and substance of Lord Krishna's instructions. So, Hari Bol Jai, Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. So before Prabhupada gave that lecture that we heard this morning, he performed the arati to his Guru Maharaj on his Vyasa Puja day. So that was very, very special whenever you would see Prabhupada do anything when he wasn't sitting on the Vyasa. So seeing him do the arati was, everyone's eyes were always on every movement Prabhupada made. And of course they had the arati tray there, it was right here. There was a Tulsi Devi on the other side. And this was 1975, so like the Guru said, there were no Indian stores, no one's going to Lowy Bazaar very often, these things weren't there. So the paraphernalia wasn't first class, it wasn't what was on the altar. This was the second set of paraphernalia. So Prabhupada was doing the arati and of course watching him offer the incense. And then he offered the lamb. And then he grabbed the conch shell, had the water in it. There was no lota, just the conch shell was there. So then Prabhupada offered the water. And of course the temple room's packed. People are hanging in the windows and the doorways, everywhere. And he looks down to pour the water into the lota, but there's no lota. So then he looks at the Balavanta, at the doorway. He goes, bowl. Everyone goes, Hari Bol. All he did was watch Prabhupada, so whatever he did, so again he said, bowl. Hari Bol. Everyone's chanting, everyone's in ecstasy. And Prabhupada, he just shook his head and he took the conch shell and he flicked it, and the stream of water went right into the Tulsi plant. And then he continued on with the arati ceremony. Everything, every move he made, every breath he took, our eyes were fixed at him. So we just saw him in ecstasy going, Bo, Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo. Now we're going to hear from our co-president, Janardhan Maharaj, who will be reading, I think. He has two.
With your kind permission, I'd like to read from one of our GBCs here in Vrindavan, and also our spiritual master, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami. He's offering to Srila Prabhupada, and then after that, I'll be reading the offering from on behalf of Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir, which I wrote also. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most fallen obeisances unto your divine lotus feet. Every year, when I try to recount your transcendental glories for the Vyasa Puja book, I realize how unqualified I am to do so. On a few occasions, you stated that your spiritual master was a Vaikuntha man, and so it was not easy to glorify Him. I feel the same about you. You are definitely a Vaikuntha man who appeared on this planet to save humanity. In your first meeting with Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami, he recognized that you were that transcendental personality who could take Lord Chaitanya's message to the Western world. You were determined to execute your spiritual master's order. After struggling for nearly 40 years, you finally reached New York City in 1965. Last year, several preaching programs were organized to celebrate the 125th anniversary of your birth. On that auspicious occasion, the Prime Minister of India released a silver commemorative coin. This was acclaimed to be very prestigious, and the event was covered by the international media. He praised ISKCON for presenting the true Vedic philosophy, and he praised you for being a true ambassador of Vedic culture. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we could not celebrate your 125th birth anniversary as elaborately as we wanted. Our temples were closed for nearly 2 years. Necessity is the mother of invention, and devotees worldwide have started using online platforms for preaching. In a brief span of 12 years, you wrote over 80 transcendental books, which have been translated into most of the major world languages. You often stated that ISKCON is your body and the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust is your heart. You wanted your temples to be well managed and book distribution to be expanded. Everything we need to know is available in your books. Your Bhaktivedanta purports were personally inspired by the Supreme Lord. You will be pleased to know that we have a nice team for translating and publishing your books in Urdu, the language spoken in Pakistan. Presently, the Urdu team has published up to the 4th canto, and their goal is to complete the entire Srimad Bhagavatam in the next 2 or 3 years. In your letter dated 24th January 1977, you stated that every respectable person should have full sets of Srimad Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita in his home. ISKCON leaders in India have taken this instruction of yours as a goal. Due to the power of your books, people all over the world are taking to Krishna consciousness. As your devotees, we regard studying and distributing your books as our most important services. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj states that tasks that are very difficult to do become easy by remembering Lord Chaitanya. But that if we forget him, then easy things become very difficult. Lord Chaitanya instructed Rupa and Sanatan Goswamis to go to Vrindavan and establish temples and write books. Following in their footsteps, you wrote many books and built so many beautiful temples. Your disciples have also taken this mission to heart. And several temples have been built and are being built for your pleasure. You had a strong desire that a beautiful Krishna Arjun temple be built in Jyotisar, Kurukshetra, the place where the Bhagavad-Gita was spoken. We sincerely hope to complete this project in 12 to 18 months. Important dignitaries are expected to attend the inauguration. On this auspicious day, I beg you for spiritual strength so I can go on serving enthusiastically in your great movement. Your fallen servant, Gopal Krishna Goswami. So let me read the one that I was asked to write on behalf of Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir. Our dearest and most revered Srila Prabhupada, please accept our most humble obeisances unto the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to you on this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja. Countless devotees are glorifying and offering their homages and obeisances to you today for being the most important emissary from the spiritual world in the recent age, saving the conditioned souls for the next 10,000 years. We are fortunate to have taken birth in time to witness the wonderful activities you perform as you convince and encourage tens and thousands and millions of people to take up the process of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission of Sankirtan Yagya. As part of our contribution to assisting you to fulfill the instructions you receive from your Guru Maharaj, we are distributing thousands of books at the Krishna Balaram Mandir every month. We came in third in the large temple category in the last December's book marathon in India. And we are always in the top 5 temples in the world during the year. We have devotees who regularly visit schools and colleges in Braj and all over India, distributing full sets of your Srimad Bhagavatam in various languages. One of your dearmost disciples, Surabir Abhipalayantam Swami, who left his body recently, donated through his 700 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam for this purpose. We also recently built a new BBT go-down on our property for all of your books, a hub from which we can distribute books locally and all over the world. Our regular Food for Life program is distributing free Khichdi Prasadam to the thousands of visitors who come to your Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir every day. Similarly, we have free Prasadam distribution for the local Brajabasis, sadhus, and pilgrims within a 10-mile radius of our temple. We are also distributing the holy name in every town and village around Braj, trying to inspire the Brajabasis to chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra on a regular basis. Hundreds of them chant with your devotees every day. Your museum opposite your Samadhi Mandir was inaugurated just recently this year. The exhibit comprises life-size dioramas of Radha and Krishna, Lord Chaitanya, and the members of the Panchatattva and the Guru Parampara, including Brahmaji, Narad Muni, Vyas, the 6 Goswamis, Narottam Das Thakur, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami. Your early history of struggling to write the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam at the Radha Damodar Temple, your journey on board the Jaladuta to the west, and your chanting of the holy name in America for the first time at Tompkins Square Park are all realistically depicted in your museum. Thousands of people visit your most wonderful Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir every day, becoming mesmerized by the exquisite beauty of their lordships and engaging in the Yuga Dharma chanting with our devotees from the 24-hour Kirtan department. Now, with the newly added attraction of the museum exhibit, many more visitors will understand your message and the authenticity of your movement. We are all earnestly trying to follow your simple formula of daily attending the full morning program, which culminates in hearing nectarian passages from Srimad Bhagavatam, your most important contribution to human society in the age of Kali, along with the daily evening Bhagavad-Gita classes in the library section of your quarters. Of course, that's changed now. It's in the Balaram Hall now. A weekly reading from Krishna book has also recently been added to attract your followers to dive deeper into the message of Lord Krishna's pastimes. Srila Prabhupada, you fulfilled Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prophecy. 500 years ago, Lord Chaitanya predicted, Pritibiti Ache Yate Nagaradigram Sarvatra Prachar Hoiba Moranam. In every town and village, the chanting of my name will be heard. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is mercy personified, Patita Pavana. But, Srila Prabhupada, you are even more merciful with your surrender to the Supreme Lord Sri Hari and your selfless service. You successfully preach all over the world, and even now your disciples and grand-disciples continue to fulfill Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prophecy. You fulfilled Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's desire that the holy name would be chanted all over the world. As Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote in 1885, Alas, when will that day come when all greatly fortunate souls in countries such as England, France, Russia, Germany, and America will take up the banners, kettle drums, mridangas, and kartals, and thus cause the ecstatic waves of Harinam Kirtan and the singing of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's holy name to rise in the streets of towns and cities. Worshipping and serving your divine grace is our life and soul. Through you, we can worship their lordships, and by serving you, all the doors to perfection can be opened. It was you who gave us this knowledge. We exist only because of your mercy. You gave us everything we need to become Krishna conscious. You gave us the instruction to preach, to distribute your books and spread the holy name of the Lord in every town and village, which are the easiest ways to attract the eternal couple, Sisi Radhe Shyam. May we imbibe from you the same Guru Nistha, faith in the spiritual master that you had, so we may make advancement in Krishna consciousness. We ardently hope that we may be able to receive your sidelong glance of mercy, to follow in your footsteps, and be able to also follow in the mood of the Brajabasis who surrender and offer their love to Sri Nandanandana. As long as we have the ability and opportunity to spread your glories, we will consider it our only solace and our main goal, birth after birth. The day will come when the whole world will celebrate your appearance day, just as they celebrate the appearance day of Jesus Christ. Haribol! Moreover, the day will come when you will always be remembered as the one who saved the entire universe. You gave us Vrindavan, And we should value this for the rest of our lives and not take our being here for granted even for a moment. Vrindavan is your home, and you have given us the opportunity to take care of it by serving the devotees who live here and the devotees who visit, making them feel at home. We want to appreciate the Dham in every way possible. We truly aspire to preserve and protect whatever you created in Vrindavan. And so, we continuously try to improve the project according to your original intentions for it, to broadcast the glories of their lordships by cooperating with one another. May we be loyal to you and your teachings now and forever by not hearing from speakers outside of our society, however scholarly or knowledgeable they may be. Srila Prabhupada, we all appreciate and are grateful to you for giving us the opportunity to serve in the holiest of the holy places, Sri Vrindavan Dham. Our life and success is judged by how much you are pleased by our sincere efforts to serve and surrender to you cooperatively. Please forgive us for all of our offenses, whether committed knowingly or unknowingly, while serving you, the devotees, and their lordships. May you grant us the blessings to serve you eternally, praying at the dust of your lotus feet birth after birth, that we may become qualified someday, your most unworthy servants at the Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir, Vrindavan. I just want to read you a little bit more of what we accomplished recently, because when I wrote this, it was just recent, Mother Daivi Shakti says I have to submit it immediately, but many things transpired in the last few months. So for your pleasure, Srila Prabhupada, new painting of the main temple room and inside and outside, including their lordship's altar, was done. So these are new paintings here. Srila Prabhupada, you also wish to have an international library in your quarters, and we did it under the guidance of Mother Daivi Shakti. Renovation of our Govinda's restaurant also, partly it's done and still going on. Online booking of our Sri Krishna Balaram's guest house for the first time. Balaram Hall has been fully air-conditioned for classes and other major festivals and functions. Full-time free prasadam distribution of Khichdi prasadam, which is up to 9,000 lift cups every day. New sound system for the temple room, Balaram Hall, your Samadhi Mandir, and your quarters. Water coolers for our community and daily visitors. New sheds for our cows and bulls at the Bhaktivedanta Swami Goshala. And under our devotee care team, we started Dhanvantari Health Project to help all of our devotees and volunteers. The new ghat near Madan Mohan Temple and the Parikrama Marg also was started 1st of June, and many more to come. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai! Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Now we're going to hear from Ishidamana Prabhu. We have about another half a dozen Prabhupada disciples and some sannyasis to speak.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnana Timirandasya Ganandana Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vrstaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paskachale Satarine. So the word appreciation, we have heard it this morning. So that set me thinking. There was a time in England, Prabhupada flew in. He came from America because there were devotees in England, and everywhere Prabhupada made devotees, not just in America, but there were devotees all over the world. So he flew in from from America, and he went straight up to the darshan room. That's Bhakti-Vedanta Mana, and there's a little alcove there with a coffee table. And obviously Prabhupada, advanced in years, he must have been a little fatigued by such a long flight. But the first thing he wanted to do was to see the devotees. And luckily I was near the front. I was sitting near Prabhupada just like this. And Prabhupada, the room was filling up. And Prabhupada was glowing. Prabhupada was glowing to see all the devotees. So we could understand that Prabhupada appreciated his devotees. He loved his devotees. There was no question that they were taken for granted. They were appreciated. They were the fruit, they are the fruit of all Prabhupada's endeavors to take the souls back to Godhead. So, right now, we are sitting with Srila Prabhupada. Yes, it's good to talk about Prabhupada's pastimes in the past. But Prabhupada and great acharyas, as one devotee said, they're not limited by the time factor. They transcend that. So now we're having Vyas Puja celebration. We should appreciate that Prabhupada is here appreciating us, coming and hearing. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And we must develop this eternal vision. This is what we want to say. And we should all understand that we're all in the family of Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada loves everyone and appreciates everyone. So what do the great Acharya, Srila Prabhupada, the 6 Goswamis, Madhavendra Puri, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, what do they come to give? We should understand Prayojan Tattva, the goal. The Vedas are summarized in the Vedanta Sutra, Atato Brahma Jignas. Now you're a human being, inquire into Brahman, that which is supreme. So then Krishnadas Kaviraj, at the beginning of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the first chapter is called The Spiritual Masters. Prabhupada would explain that Bhagavad-Gita is first course, Srimad Bhagavatam, and then Chaitanya Charitamrita is the postgraduate course. So even the highest aspects of Krishna consciousness, Krishnadas Kaviraj is instructing us that first we must go through the spiritual teacher. Krishna is at adhokshaja. He's beyond the material elements. Atakshri Krishna Namadi, that Krishna is beyond the material senses. However, by rendering devotional service, spuryada, he becomes manifest within the consciousness of the devotee. By his grace, causelessly, by his kripa. How to evoke that kripa? How to jignyas, how to realize Brahman? And that is Guru Seva. There is that verse, Hridaya Mayam, that the saints are my heart, and only I am in the heart of the sadhus. They know no one but me, and I know no one but them. So here again, Krishna is appreciating. He is explaining that the heart, his heart, is the sadhu. And why is that person a sadhu? Because like Srila Prabhupada, they only have Krishna in their heart. So that is Brahman. Now also in that Adilila, because we're studying in the temple, it starts there in the chapter 1, and it explains that to enjoy the bliss of pastimes, Radha and Krishna have separated themselves eternally. They are one. Prakriti and Purusha, they are one. But to enjoy the bliss of pastimes, to the exchange of love between themselves, they have separated themselves eternally. But that separation is we should extend. Aham sarvasya pravavo matak sarvam pravatati iti matva bhajanti mam buddha bhava samanvita. So everything material and spiritual is actually a servant of the exchanges of love between Radha and Krishna. In the Brahma Samhita, we find Goloka that there are 4 dhams: Durga Dham, Mahesh Dham, Hari Dham, and Golok. So everything in these 4 departments of the creation is employed. It is dovetailed, as Prabhupada would say, into the exchange of love between Radha and Krishna. This is explained, so we should not think that anything is outside serving Radha and Krishna. Of course, in the material world, people are serving in forgetfulness. But everything is integrated in this service of the Prem Vaivarta. This is explained in the conversation between Ramananda Roy and Lord Chaitanya. It starts, it's a discussion about sadhya and sadhana. Sadhya means the goal, and sadhana means how to attain the goal. So Ramananda Roy starts Varnashram and Yad Karoshi and so on and so forth. And then Lord Chaitanya always says, yes, that's good, but go further, go further, go further. Until he arrives at Krishna Leela, the Astakala Leela, Golok Leela. And then Lord Chaitanya says, oh, yes, is there more? Go more. And then Ramananda Roy says, well, there is Prema Vaivarta. There is one book by Jagannatha Pandit called Prema Vaivarta. Prema Vaivarta means the transformations of love between Radha and Krishna. I was just reading the other day that though Krishna has so many Lakshmanis, Chintamani, Prakara, Sadmasu, so many Lakshmis, but Krishna only thinks of Radharani. Whenever he sees another Lakshmi or one of the Astashakis, he only sees Radha there. He only sees Radha, and Radha only sees Krishna. So this is the statements that we receive through the Goswamis from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that this is the highest principle, that Radha and Krishna are reciprocating, and the heartbeat of that reciprocation is Vipralamba and Sambhog. If you read, as Prabhupada recommends, Krishna Bhavanamrita, Govinda Leelamrita, you simply see that the whole Leelas are revolving around the meeting and separation of Radha and Krishna. And this generates this Vaivarta, this transformation of prem, which increases eternally. So, Atato Brahma Jignas, because of the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this actually means in the highest understanding, because when Ramananda Roy said, well, there is Prema Vaivarta, Lord Chaitanya put his hand upon the mouth of Lord Chaitanya and said, don't speak on that, that is just like Sukadev Goswami didn't clearly put the name of Radharani in the Bhagavatam, because if he'd said the name of Radharani, he wouldn't have been able to continue. So this exchange is the highest topic of contemplation. There is one verse, as you know, in the Gita, Ye tam mam prapadyante tam steva bhajimiyaham mamavat manuvatante manusha pathasavasha. All of them, as they surrender unto me, I reciprocate accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects. Everyone. Whether they're conditioned souls, whether they are Shiva Bhaktas, whether they are worshipping Lakshmi Narayan, whether they're in Golok, everyone is integrated into this final point. So, some people, they meditate on Krishna, they want to go to heavenly planets, they want to get knowledge, they want to merge with Paramatma, get mystic powers, they want so many things. Some people meditate on the beauty of Krishna, the power of Krishna, the opulence of Krishna, and they hope by this meditation I will draw this to me. But this is Kaitava. Karma, Jnana and Yoga, Kaitava, because they cannot deliver freedom from birth and death. They're cheating. Only cheating yourself. Like I say, you cannot cheat Krishna. He is one move ahead. He is the chess player that knows every move you're going to make. But still you have free will to make them. So, this is very important to understand. How are we going to approach Krishna? What are we going to fix our mind upon? We're performing sadhana. And what is that prayojan? What is that prayojan that a great acharya like Srila Prabhupada, like Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, like the six Goswamis, Madhavendra Puri, what is that? It is that we should now understand on this Vyas Puja day and appreciate just exactly in essence what is that greatest thing upon which we should apply our sadhana to. What is our sadhana? Just like Vyasa Prabhu, he was singing the song we sing, So, ye prasade pure sarva asha. By the grace of Krishna, by the grace of Guru, all our spiritual desires will be fulfilled. So let us on this day understand by what Prabhupada has come to give. Prabhupada has given this meditation, this understanding, this desire that I can become a realized servant of this Prema Vaivarta, of which there is no higher aspect to the creation. In fact, every aspect of the creation is integrated into the service of this exchange of love between Radha and Krishna. And that includes us. We are created to be participants, attendants, servants in this exchange of love between Radha and Krishna. And that is what Prabhupada has come to give. Now, somebody may say, well, what about Lord Chaitanya? What position is he? How can we integrate this into our meditation? Because this is the internal cultivation of Krishna consciousness. So like I said at the beginning, the Sangha of Lord Chaitanya, the Sankirtan party of Lord Chaitanya, we are in the department of Srila Prabhupada. He is our leader. And we are sitting in that Sangha of the Sankirtan department of Lord Chaitanya. And we should appreciate that all the bona fide devotees, not the Kali Chela, but the bona fide devotees that are dedicated to spreading the word of Srila Prabhupada unchanged, that we are in the Sangha of Lord Chaitanya right now. Gaunitai ki jai! And within that Sangha, we are performing the bhajan, the remembrance, and praying to become integrated in our intrinsic role as servants of the exchange of love between Radha and Krishna. And when we chant, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, we should understand that this is the Vipralamba Sambhog mantra. It is this, we are chanting, Hare Krishna, O Radha, O Krishna, please integrate me into your service of your Leela. That is my desire. We have to desire. The soul is a desiring object. To enjoy the bliss of pastimes, Krishna and Radha are expressing themselves in the creation. So this has to be our internal landscape. We are within the Sangha of Lord Chaitanya. Srila Prabhupada is our big leader. He is appreciating all our efforts. And just like Gaur Nitai, why are they dancing with their arms raised like this? Because they are meditating deeply within their soul and desiring to become the servants of Prema Vaivarta. So remember this today. This is the essence of our sampradaya. Hold this deep within your heart. Practice it. Never forget it for a moment when you chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And always remember that Srila Prabhupada loves you and appreciates all your efforts in this regard. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Now we're going to hear from Mahadevi. Coming. for Srila Prabhupada. So everyone knows Mahadevi. Of course, she's involved in all the festivals, in dramas and plays, and also very much involved in devotee care, helping everyone else. And right now she needs a little help.
These are for my godbrothers and sisters. We can distribute, yeah. Share one. There.
And the apples are for her god brothers and god sisters.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Vadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Nityanamane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane. Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Paskachadesha Tarane. Sarvabhauma was saying that the movement started with Prabhupada cutting up the apple and giving out. So I was remembering that as well. So I've written some prose in this last week. Hopefully it only takes 7 minutes when I time myself. Please accept my humble obeisances, Srila Prabhupada, on your most glorious Vyasa Puja Day 2022 in your ISKCON Vrindavan, Sri Vrindavan Dham. In New Dwarka on August 15, 1972, you told a most wonderful pastime about a notorious thief who was so blessed to get Krishna's personal association in Vrindavan. You said this story was very important to understand and that all the devotees should listen attentively. Srila Prabhupada, we transcribed your most wonderful words, and you described this amazing pastime like this. One professional reciter was reciting about Bhagavat, and he was describing that Krishna, being very highly decorated with jewels, was sent for tending the cows in the forest. So there was a thief in that meeting, and he thought, oh, why not go to Vrindavan and plunder this boy? He is in the forest with so many valuable jewels. I can go there and catch the child and take all the jewels. So he was serious. I must find out that boy. Then in one night, I shall become millionaire. So he went there, but his qualification was, I must see Krishna. I must see Krishna. That anxiety, that eagerness made it possible that in Vrindavan he saw Krishna. He saw Krishna the same way as he was informed by the Bhagavat reader. Then he saw, oh, you are such a nice boy, Krishna. He began to flatter. This is Prabhupada telling the story. He thought that flattering, I shall take all the jewels. Prabhupada, you are chuckling along with all the assembled devotees. And also you're playing the part of the narrator, Krishna, and the Bhagavat speaker. Then he saw, so when he proposed his real business, so I may take some of your ornaments? You are so rich. Oh, Krishna is saying, no, my mother will be angry. I cannot. Prabhupada chuckling again, Krishna as a child. So he became more and more eager for Krishna. And then, by Krishna's association, he had already become purified. Then at last Krishna said, "All right, you can take." But then he had become a devotee and he did not want. Immediately, he bowed down to Krishna's lotus feet. So somehow or another, we should come in contact with Krishna. Then we'll be purified. From the Srimad Bhagavatam 1-12. May I, Srila Prabhupada, a mundane thief, fall down at your lotus feet. Because of you, we can come in contact with Krishna every day in so many wonderful ways, especially here in Vrindavan. Only you can deliver such a transcendental pastime, so perfect, so pure, so precise, in such a transcendental way. Our only wish is to have our consciousness purified by the words emanating from your lotus mouth. Every day we get to hear the supreme absolute truth from your lotus lips, from your lotus heart, from you, Srila Prabhupada. The transcendental knowledge and love is what we are always hankering for. You have given all of you in your books, your classes, conversations, morning walks, and letters. Prabhupada, you are knowing that your Gargamuni Das and lowly me, your eternal Dasi, are working on your 181 letters that you wrote to your Brahmananda Das from 1967 to 77. 1967 to 68, there was only a few temples, New York, San Francisco, Montreal, and Santa Fe. Slowly but surely, you were creating your ISKCON empire. It's inconceivable how you were managing everything through these letters. And there's no phones, no email. You knew every bank account number. How much was in each account? You were making sure that all the contracts were signed properly. You were arranging instruments to be sent over the Atlantic. And in every letter, we want to print book, and always depend on Krishna. You entrusted Brahmananda to follow your instructions on how to publish, and also how to do business with so many cheating lawyers, calling the cheating Mr. Pain, P-A-Y-N-E, Mr. Pain, P-A-I-N, because he was cheating the devotees so much. In between so much management, which also meant personally dealing with so many devotee problems, you were rising early for sadhana, daily morning walk, daily classes, daily handwritten or dictated correspondence, which covered innumerable issues in each temple, meeting with the press or dignitaries, a daily schedule which culminated in rising at 1 a.m. to translate these Vedic literatures while we were all sleeping. The Vedic literatures sing of your character. And all of the above at 70 years plus. You are just not from this material world, Srila Prabhupada. You are an eternal associate of Krishna and Balaram in Goloka Vrindavan. You also repeatedly teach in these letters that we just want to develop full faith in Krishna's names and the order of Guru, the only shelter and solace in this material world. Repeatedly you wrote when disciples cheated you or disappointed you, what's done is done. Always forgiving and most compassionate, giving your American boys and girls so much credit when we all knew that we were useless without your divine grace. Still, I feel useless, Srila Prabhupada. You empowered us, Srila Prabhupada, to take up your global mission. How else could we young ladies back in the day travel and live in a van for 4 years on your traveling Sankirtan party? How were we able to go to jail so many times and start kirtans, or engaged in all those illegal events without your merciful glances, or booking 30 cookie tables a day in Los Angeles, all of us fired up to flood Los Angeles and the west coast of America with prasad, your secret weapon for the suffering humanity at large. We would hear frequently, there's just something special about these cookies. And when we got fearful, you said to me, I am always with you. Do not be fearful. Being with you, serving you, trying to assist you in your glorious Sankirtan mission is our life, our daily purpose, our ongoing prayers. No matter what condition our condition may be in, you, Srila Prabhupada, give us relief from the grueling grip of illusion, confusion, delusion, simply by hearing from you. We are living to be with you, Srila Prabhupada, please you and feed you, asking you to take rest, waking you up, offering you hot milk, sweets, lunch, and special snacks in between, along with your eternal associates, Krishna and Balaram. Offering you our hearts every day is what we beg to do for you, Srila Prabhupada. Please, please glance on us. Hearing from you is soothing, moving devotional service. You tell us you are in your books. To hear from you is actually being with you. Srila Prabhupada, you gave over 120 classes here in Vrindavan. We can hear the sacred sounds of Vrindavan in the background. Hearing these classes in Vrindavan gives us joy and a closeness to you in Vrindavan, especially those Nectar of Devotion classes you gave in front of Srila Rupa Goswami's Samadhi in October 72. You speak so authoritatively, so perfectly, so shastrically, not maybe, I think, or possibly, or whatever, whenever, however. You and your coming from Krishna words, Purnam, complete, because you have seen the truth. Attachment to your lotus feet is the perfection which fulfills all desires. You open our darkened eyes and fill our hearts with transcendental knowledge. Attachment to your lotus feet is pushing on Krishna consciousness somehow or other. Attachment to your service eternally is the perfection which fulfills all desires. Prabhupada, that you accomplish so much service in your elderly body is most significant. You are the same age as most of your disciples are now. Some of us can barely walk to the temple and back. Some of us need assistance to get back up from offering our obeisances. And there you are, Prabhupada, gliding across the floor, offering your dandavats to various lords around the world, like a swan, always moving with Krishna and Balaram, always in Vrindavan. Prabhupada, you could have stayed in Vrindavan at age 70, but instead, you worked tirelessly to give all of us Krishna consciousness. Even in leaving your body right here in Vrindavan, you are giving us Lord Brahma stealing the cows. Inconceivable. The photo, that photo in in your room, Srila Prabhupada, is an iconic reminder of your position as Shaktaveshavatar. Hell sadhana service, such a regulated schedule. It is astoundingly obvious, Srila Prabhupada, you are simply not from this material world. You came from Goloka, personally sent by Krishna, and you give us all your all-perfect self. Still you do this, and still you help us find our way in this tsunami of Kali Yuga. Still you guide us, giving us your protection, affection, with each one of us individually. Abide, fearless, full faith in your Guru and Krishna. We want to have full faith in you, Srila Prabhupada, by following you and trying to do what you asked us to do. Around the world 14 times at your age in 12 years. Unprecedented, exceptional, extraordinary. You said you were praying to Krishna every day to protect you from Maya. You said the problem with you, boys and girls, is you don't pray more for protection from Maya. Always teaching us by your humble example. Prabhupada, every day with you is still an adventure, especially in Vrindavan. All day long, there you are in everyone and in everything. We open up Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad-Gita, Krishna book, Chaitanya Charitamrita. Krishna, please guide, enlighten, and defrighten us. And there you are, giving Krishna's personal words to us. And there you are in our vow of 16 rounds or more daily, proving to us in our tiny experiences that Krishna is present in his holy names. Actually, you said, we don't even care if Krishna is God. We just want to love Krishna. When you say poetically incorrect words like that, we give our hearts to you again and again. Our lives are to repeat what you say, Prabhupada. We don't need to hear shastric words from others. Everything is known to you, and you give so freely. May we pray every day to always be faithful in hearing from you, like a dog is faithful to the master. Seemingly miraculously, you translated 33 volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam, 17 volumes of Chaitanya Charitamrita, and a very long list of other ancient scriptures just for us and all the unlimited parched hearts on this planet. And despite all your elderly medical issues, even after the heart attacks and the stroke, you continued in your traveling, corresponding, managing. You were always staying on your schedule, regulated, no matter where you were. Hardly any of your young disciples could keep up. Srila Prabhupada, Dandavat Pranams for still giving us your sacred self every day in so many ways. This sacred process of Krishna consciousness, your Vrindavan Krishna, and the sacred association of all these devotees, begging to please you as your eternal Dasi, Mahadevi Dasi. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravana Pacharne Nirvasesa Sanyavari Paskati Desatarne. As you can see from Mahadevi struggling backwards and forwards with great difficulty, most of us, of our generation, Srila Prabhupada's original disciples, we're only half alive. Day by day, we're dying, and most of us have come here to Vrindavan simply to die. You are the future of ISKCON. You are the future of our section of the Gaudiya Sampradaya, and it's to you that I'm particularly addressing my talk. Srila Prabhupada was incredible, as so many of the speakers have described. some very briefly, some at very great length. But Srila Prabhupada was absolutely incredible. In 1977, when Srila Prabhupada left, I was here. I was just a boy, 26. I didn't know much, very naive. I was from a very remote part of the world, not a very worldly person. And Srila Prabhupada, it seemed to me, from my understanding, from my vision, my opinion, Srila Prabhupada was a very elegant person within the ruin and decay of Vrindavan, which was crumbling at that point. There had been no regeneration, there had been no investment. It was a crumbling village. It looked to me, I was from a different culture, a different understanding. I was lacking education. I was lacking an understanding of India. I didn't speak the language. But it seemed to me, I could only relate it to an English author, Charles Dickens, who described the underbelly and the criminal side of society. Just all this cheating and ruin and people doing tricks and so many things. So Srila Prabhupada, he was very elegant within this, like a lotus flower. I have many memories of Srila Prabhupada here in Vrindavan, because Srila Prabhupada would come regularly, and he would be supervising the construction. Basically, he was traveling around the world collecting. The money would come back, and Prabhupada would do the next phase of building, primarily here in Vrindavan, but to a smaller extent in Mayapur. He would be building here, and also he would be going on morning, he would supervise the construction. He was in every area, each alcove, each room. I can remember Srila Prabhupada being there and examining and passing comment and instructing his architect, Surabi. We would go on morning walks. And from Vrindavan and from the various places, we would also go on programs with Srila Prabhupada. Gentlemen would invite Prabhupada to have a program, a public program or a program in their house. And we devotees, we would accompany Prabhupada. And all of this was opportunity for me to view, observe Srila Prabhupada in his elegance, in his aloofness, within this crumbling landscape, which Abhiram Prabhu described so nicely, particularly in Calcutta. In one, just to give one small example, in one program we were at with Srila Prabhupada. There was a very nice feast. They cooked very, very nicely for us. And Prabhupada was sitting opposite us. There was about 8 or 10 devotees. There were small chokis. We were eating from the small table. We were taking nice prasadam and enjoying with great gusto. And I glanced across at Srila Prabhupada, and he took a few things, but then he became particularly engaged in eating pieces of puri wrapped around pieces of sandesh. So this is what Prabhupada was eating. He was breaking puris and eating sandesh and popping them into his mouth. He had tasted the other things, but this is what he, and I was, this was, of course it's more like a Bengali Misti Shingara. It's a sweet samosa, basically. So it's very common there. But this was a very unusual arrangement with me, an unusual combination. And so I saw Prabhupada doing it, and I asked for, and I tried it also. There was the hot puri and the sandesh. And obviously I wasn't getting the taste or relishing as much as Srila Prabhupada did, but I tried it, and then I went back to the sabji and the savory items. So we, our generation as devotees, we had a 10-year window, basically. And as each year progressed, Mahadevi said, you know, way in the beginning, there was just a few devotees, a couple of temples. So each year, there was more and more and more devotees. And the word that I like to describe this, geometric expansion, was a word that Hayagriva used in his book, the Hare Krishna explosion. So more and more and more, each year there was just more and more people. But basically we had a 10-year window, and in that time, myself and so many others, we observed Srila Prabhupada, but it was a very external observation. And we were noting Prabhupada's peculiar mannerisms. From my point of view, from my culture, from my background and so on, I would never have thought to eat sandesh with puri. So Prabhupada was doing so many things like this that to me were exotic, peculiar. He had these strange mannerisms which absolutely intrigued me. So, as well as this external view, which largely devotees had of Srila Prabhupada, there are so many books, so many stories, so many recordings of little mannerisms which Srila Prabhupada had. But besides this, there was the internal understanding of Srila Prabhupada's mood. And we can learn this, you can learn this, from those devotees who are absorbed in the 9 processes of devotional service. Particularly, Mahadevi said it, Prabhupada would write to Brahmananda, print books, print books, print books. So we can learn, you can learn the internal mood of Srila Prabhupada by absorbing in devotional service the 9 processes, particularly distributing books and preaching Bhagavatam Prachar, preaching from the Bhagavatam. So these were the main activities which Srila Prabhupada was involved in. There are a number of other activities which are performed in ISKCON today, but in Srila Prabhupada's time these were periphery activities, and the main thing was book distribution. So I remember one conversation. I was a young devotee. There were 3 devotees speaking. One was a French devotee, Sudajaya. There was our Dhananjaya, and there was a Sankirtan devotee, traveling Sankirtan, stalwart Keshava. So one person, he said, one of the householders said, he said to the others, he said, I just gave Srila Prabhupada a silver goblet. He called it a goblet. It was a cup. He gave him a silver cup, he said, in which Srila Prabhupada could drink his afternoon juice. And the other householder says, yes, that is very nice. It is very nice to give a personal gift to the spiritual master. But Srila Prabhupada has so many thalis and so many cups and so many dishes in each center all over the world. He said, so your silver cup, he will leave it here. He will drink his juice a few days, and then he will leave it. And maybe he'll come back in 1 year or 2 years, and then again. He said, I bought him something much more useful that Prabhupada will use every day. He said, I bought him a cane, and the handle of the cane is a silver lion. So when he touches the lion on the cane, he will be protected by Lord Nrsingadev. He said, I bought something for Prabhupada much more practical that he will use every day. So Keshava, he was listening. He said, yes, he said, it's most important that the disciple will try to please the spiritual master by doing what is most dear to the spiritual master. He said, we just gave Prabhupada $20,000 for the BBT. So he understood what was the internal mood of Srila Prabhupada. And some of the others, they were just concerned with exteriors. There was another story in which one devotee, he described that how he saw Srila Prabhupada coming with a small attaché case, a small white bag. And in this white bag, Prabhupada had the different bank books, he had the deeds, he had keys for his almiras in different places. This was his personal finances and Prabhupada mostly would carry this bag. Sometimes a trusted servant on the flights and so on would take it, but mostly Prabhupada, where's my bag? He always wanted this bag. So he had this small bag, and he had his documents, the society's documents in this bag. So this one devotee, a temple president, he thought, oh, he said, I want to get that bag. I want to get that bag. How can I get that bag? That's prasada. And he wanted the bag. So he decided, in order to get the bag, he would present Prabhupada with a nice new bag. And he said, Prabhupada, and he made some fuss that he had given Prabhupada this bag. And Prabhupada said, okay. So he put it beside his desk. And he was there for a few days. So each morning he would come in to see if Prabhupada had transferred the contacts, had he discarded the bag, and so on. So he was following the progress of the white bag and the new bag for a couple of days. So then finally Prabhupada was leaving, and he was packing up to go and going for the flight. And then he thought, oh, he will get... So Prabhupada, he took his white bag, he put it inside the new bag, and he took both of them. So again, this devotee, he was concerned with the externals. He wanted a piece of prasadam, something that belonged to Prabhupada, something he could do whatever he wanted, instead of understanding the mood of Srila Prabhupada. So the goal for all of you, for all of us, the goal is to be absorbed in the internal process of Krishna consciousness. And this can be achieved by following the directions of those senior devotees who are absorbed in that process. There are many nice devotees here in Vrindavan. Unfortunately, all of them are engaged in the process of devotional service. There are a few devotees who were here in Vrindavan at the very same time as Srila Prabhupada. There was Prasanatma Prabhu, there was Dadi Bhaksha, there was Daiva Shakti, of course, there was Vidura, there's a few people. And you can inquire from these devotees what was Srila Prabhupada's mood. Not so much what he had for his lunch or what fruits did he... one time he had Jamuna in the very beginning. She made Prabhupada a fruit plate, and Prabhupada was eating the fruits, and he ate a piece of fruit, and Jamuna was watching. And Prabhupada said, what is this? What fruit is this? She said, oh Prabhupada, it's guava. He said, what is this nonsense? Guava with no seeds. She had cut out all the seed. He said, what is this nonsense? He wouldn't eat it. So this is amusing, it's funny, it's history, but it's external. It's not that you're going to make more advancement if you eat the guava with seeds and less advancement if you take the seeds out. This is purely arbitrary. It's a question of taste. It's much to do with where you're from, what is your culture, what's your favorite food, do you eat the guavas right or do you eat them raw, green with salty? It's a detail. It's not central to Krishna consciousness, and it's not a means to become Krishna conscious. There were two devotees in Los Angeles, Karnapriya and Janadagni, and they decided to live outside. They lived, most everyone was in the community, in the streets around, they lived outside. And devotees were saying, oh, you've left Krishna consciousness. They said, no, we haven't. So when Srila Prabhupada came to Los Angeles, they went to see Srila Prabhupada, and they said, Srila Prabhupada, they said, devotees are saying that we cannot live outside and become Krishna conscious. What do we say about this? And Prabhupada says, no. He said, this is not correct. He said, you could live in an isolated place and even become a pure devotee. He said, just like you could live in a far-off place and become a very successful businessman. He said, but the real money is to be made right in the stock exchange. He said, that's where the money is to be made, not having some shop way off in some village somewhere. He said, similarly, he said, the place to make advancement of devotional service is right in the temple, where there's so many opportunities to become Krishna conscious, so many opportunities for service. Jiva Goswami In the Bhakti Sandarbha, he said, the Lord's mercy uses the hearts of sadhus for the mercy to be distributed to all living entities. So, by following the direction of the senior devotees, who can be known by their activities in distributing books, in preaching from the Bhagavatam, in arranging facilities, temples and programs and so on, so that other innocent people can be involved. These are the people from whom we can cultivate an understanding of the internal process of Krishna consciousness as exemplified and as taught and as taken by Srila Prabhupada all over the world. So this, if we do this, we will become fully absorbed and fully satisfied and full of bliss from the process of Krishna consciousness. It's not a question of knowing the details of how exactly Srila Prabhupada popped the sandesh wrapped with puri into his mouth. Hare Krishna.
Now we're going to hear from Vrindavan Prabhu. Thank you.
Om Jnanatimirantasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam. I just prepared a short offering and I can read it. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most respectful obeisances at your beautiful lotus feet. Where do we begin to glorify your divine grace? And where do we end? Largely through your personal character and activities, you practically represented Lord Nityananda's infinite compassion, giving Krishna bhakti even more freely than Lord Chaitanya, and even to the very worst of demons, like me. Everything you thought, said, and did resulted in others becoming Krishna conscious and demonstrated uncommon kindness to everyone. You set this example continuously throughout your life and even up to your last moments with us, and in fact even now. As you said so many times, you will live forever in your books. This means that no one will ever be without your association. As long as we can scrupulously preserve whatever you wrote, clearly understanding all the ways in which your books are the basis. The vast nectar ocean of all your instructions remains for everyone. For anyone who decides to hear submissively every day, while this fleeting opportunity that we call human life lasts. For a mere 5 or 6 decades, we have only to fend off the many distractions that dance before us all. And you provided everything that we need to do this. O Lord and Master, we are forever your servants. May we know real love by fully assimilating your own example. Unmotivated and uninterrupted pure devotional service to Lord Krishna. And Twadvirya Gayana Mahamrita Magna Chittaha. May our thoughts be immersed in singing of the great nectar that is your spiritual potency. May our consciousness be united forever with the entire spectrum of your instructions. May we serve humanity by serving you. May we chant Hare Krishna purely, as you always asked. And may we always depend entirely and exclusively on your blessings. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada, your eternal servant, Mukunda Datta Das.
Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you very much, Mukunda Datta. Now we're going to hear from my godbrother, Nanda Gopal Prabhu.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Namo Samadhi Krishna Pristaya Vitale Simati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Saraswati Deva Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesa Shunyavadi Pasyadyadesa. Dear most Savior of my soul, Srila Prabhupada, what you have done in such a small time is just transcendentally amazing. I was searching for a guru, and when I visited your temple in LA in '75, I asked devotees to help me find a guru and go to India to do that. But they mercifully convinced me that you are coming in few days and I should not go to India because as young I was, 25 that time, there is a big danger to get lost. And so I followed their wise suggestions and I joined the new Bhakta program. In few days, your divine grace came and as a sun in my life. And I have the great opportunity to be then or more to be the Lord more where you stay in LA temple pushing the BBT devotees to catch up with your already advanced book writing. And you were giving every day a Srimad Bhagavatam class. I think it was about more than a month that time you were staying, no? I have the fortune to stay there in LA in that time and see Srila Prabhupada's transcendental form and hear him every day. You accept me a little later as your disciple, and since then I went to Greece and I helped the devotees to preach in Athens. My appreciation to you, to your mercy, to the whole world is gradually increasing and I pray to all my God brothers and sisters and all Vaishnavas to be merciful unto me and to me. Your mission is changing the sinful face of the materialistic society, and I feel so fortunate to be a humble member and begging all Vaishnavas to be merciful to me and my small family and my grandchildren. This way I can walk in the path of perfection to achieve Krishna Prema. Hopefully, my debt to you, Srila Prabhupada, is eternal. So I beg from my heart
to keep me, all my family, birth after birth, under your divine protection. Srila Prabhupada ki!
Thank you very much, Nanda Prabhupada. That was very nice. Now, finally, waiting patiently for Bhogananda Saraswati Maharaj, who will give an offering to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Guruvani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschata Desatarine Mancha Kalpatarubhasya Kripa Sindhu Bevacha Patitanang Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So you have heard so many speakers, they are all Prabhupada disciples. So I am just second generation devotee. I joined here when His Grace Damodar Pandit was president here and this Nandagopa Prabhu was secretary, temple secretary at that time. So anyhow, so I heard from so many direct disciples of Srila Prabhupada that how Prabhupada is a Vaikuntha man. And Kali Kalera Juga Janma, Kali Kalera Juga Dharma Nama Sankirtana, Krishna Sakti Vina Nahe Tara Pravartana. तो जैसे चैतन्य महाप्रभु ने तो भविष्यवाणी किए थे कि पृथ्वी ते अच्छे जतो नगर आदि ग्राम सर्वत्र प्रचार होइबे मोरो नाम. लेकिन आई एम स्पीकिंग इन हिंदी और इंग्लिश? Sorry.
In English.
I will speak English. Okay. So, as we know, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu forecasted that this holy name will spread all over the world. Actually, our acharyas, previous acharyas in other sampradayas, even in Sri Sampradaya, in Kumara Sampradaya, in Brahma Sampradaya, and Nimbark, all these acharyas, previous acharyas, their preaching field was only India. From Kumarika up to Badrika Ashram. They preach only in India. But it is only for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu forecasted this bus preaching is not limited in India, it will spread all over the world. Prithvi te ache jata nagaradi gram. So, even the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, when Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he started to preach all over the world, but his disciples were not successful. They gradually returned. Even someone in England, he told, Prabhupada, if you allow us to ask these people to drink tea and some smoke, they cannot stop this, then we can preach. Then he just told, come back. I don't want to see your face. But it is only Srila Prabhupada who fulfilled the desire of his divine grace, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And even others, they are thinking it is not possible. It is, everyone was in fact, how can it be possible in all over the world to spread this message? But we can see how Prabhupada, due to his strong faith, words of his spiritual master, Prabhupada told that there is no secret to his success. The simple thing that he simply followed the instructions of his spiritual master. He took it into his heart and tried his best to, preliminary first appearance, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur told, you are a young educated boy, why you are not taking this message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all over the world? Specifically in Western world, why you not preaching in English language? And this message again and again, whenever Prabhupada asked Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, same message came, always. So Prabhupada could understand, this is the message. Prabhupada never argued or asked many questions to his spiritual master. He simply, when he met his spiritual master, the divine grace Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he simply asked, how can I please you? How can I serve you? So in this way, Prabhupada, by his own example, he showed us how to surrender. Only the first meeting in 1922, he has some discussion with Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, but later on, he convinced that this message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is in a qualified person's hand. And then he took it to his heart and he tried his best. So this is the simple thing Prabhupada told. I have nothing, no qualifications. He's just telling that, but he is the top, he's a Vaikuntha man. He is sent by Krishna, but still for an example. Acharya was teaching by his own example. So he just told, because strictly following the instructions of his spiritual master, he just tried his best. How to write books in English languages, first in magazines, then started writing books, and how preach in Western world, specifically in Western and in Western world in English language. And when Prabhupada started this, when he reached America, then success follows him. Reaching American land of America and Boston, Prabhupada wrote immediately a song. Bada kripa kaile Prabhu, e adhamare prati, kilagi anila yatha karo ebe gati. Why you brought me here? I didn't know. I just came. With empty hand, no one knows him. No friend, nothing. But still, Prabhupada told that I feel never alone. Always my Guru Maharaj was with me and Krishna was with me. So, in this way, you can see how Prabhupada's, we did not know how dear Srila Prabhupada was to Krishna. He preached all over the world, alone. In Acharyas, other Acharyas, he just in India. So, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is Krishna himself, he chose Srila Prabhupada. He was God himself, he himself could preach this message all over the world, but he wanted to Prabhupada to be glorified. So, Srila Prabhupada is so dear to Krishna. So, we are very fortunate having in this mission, and just like this Abhiram Prabhu, he told about greatness of Srila Prabhupada, that how he just came from the spiritual world, and we did not know how great Srila Prabhupada is. Cannot imagine. And how Vyasa Prabhu gave his hope in his speech, that even just like a grandson is more dear to Krishna, to his grandson is more dear to his grandfather than his own son. So in second generation devotees, we can also have a hope to taking shelter in Parampara and Srila Prabhupada, and definitely Prabhupada is still, he is supervising he is seeing all the activities, what is going on in ISKCON. Preaching is the essence, books are the basis, purity is the horse, utility is the principle. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Now we're going to hear from Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada Vyas Puja Mahotsav ki! Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Desha Tarine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna. Traditionally, today is the Nanda Utsav. The Nanda Baba was celebrating the appearance of Krishna, and the most important thing in Nanda Utsav, he was Mahamana and distributing everything. And this Nanda Utsav is every year in some planet is going on. Maybe 125 years back, in Nanda Utsav, Nanda Baba thought that let us send Srila Prabhupada to whole world to distribute Krishna consciousness. So this is Nanda Baba's greatest gift to the humanity, that Prabhupada came here and gave this Krishna consciousness to the world. Yeah, this is Nanda. Nanda Baba is giving everything to everybody. He gave the greatest gift to us here. This is the greatest gift of Nanda Utsav, so we are celebrating Srila Prabhupada's appearance on Nanda Utsav. In 71, Srila Prabhupada, when he was preaching, I'm just requesting and bowing down again at the Lord's feet of Srila Prabhupada and his disciples. They have so nicely preached this mission. In 71, Srila Prabhupada, when Srila Prabhupada was preaching here, somebody challenged Prabhupada, are you going to preach in Pakistan? Yeah, that was Pakistan, two parts, East Pakistan and West Pakistan. So Prabhupada took this challenge seriously. He said, I may not be able to go, but I will send my 2 journals. So he sent the Brahmanand Swami to West Pakistan and Garga Muni to East Pakistan. And then the war broke. And the war broke, so they came somehow. But the seed was planted. So it is just, I'm submitting report to Srila Prabhupada that this Gaur Purnima, 18/3/2022, 7,000 people came in Pakistan to attend Gaur Purnima festival. This is the glories of Srila Prabhupada's ensuring challenge. And in this, in that program, the government minister gave 30 million rupees for Radha Krishna ISKCON temple for Hyderabad, Sindh. The government, and they gave a check for 10,000 Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad-Gita as it is to ISKCON to print and distribute in Pakistan. So this is the report on this Vyas Puja of Srila Prabhupada. We are submitting at the Lord's speech of Srila Prabhupada that is answer to the challenge to that person has brought so much result. Right now there are I'm saying every year somehow I visit there and I see the things are progressing like anything. There's a lot of preaching going on. Even my colleague, they are not from, Hindu background. They are almost 90% my old medical graduates. Or they see sometime and send me some photos that what we are preaching, it is just circulating among them. This is something, it's unimaginable, Srila Prabhupada's mercy, how it is spreading even at the places where nobody thinks that it might be happening. So this Srila Prabhupada's Vyas Puja, maybe by next Vyas Puja, that new temple will be complete and inaugurated. So this is the simple, humble report we are submitting to Srila Prabhupada and asking his blessing and mercy that the devotees who are working there, they should be protected by the mercy of pure devotee and Sri Radha, Krishna, Nrsimhadev, and the more enthusiastic preachers should go out and preach. And this is the mission of Srila Prabhupada. Again at this stage, I again request this new generation, second generation devotees here, a lot of things Srila Prabhupada has left for these devotees to accomplish. A lot of things really needs to be accomplished. And book distribution is going successfully, Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. It's going on very successfully. The temple preaching, temple programs, duties are excellent. Whole world is mesmerized to see all these. Festivals are going very nicely and wonderful. Our congregation is developing day by day and multiplied 10 times. But certain things, even education of Srila Prabhupada's books is increasing day by day so much that I can see at least 20 temples are doing Bhakti Shastra and other things, and every devotee is reading. That's also going on very nicely. But the one thing Srila Prabhupada wanted in the last, right now, this whole group will not be able to accomplish this. But you have to do this, is to establish the Devi Varna Ashram farm communities, to get all the bhogas for the deities from your own, say, Krishna Balaram farm, and distributes enough prasad to feed all the people of the world. That is the challenge still we have to, the younger generation has to accomplish this. Prabhupada wanted these things to be finished in very near future. That's what he said, 50% work I am leaving for you to finish. So on this Vyas Puja, let us beg for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada that some sincere souls, they have come to the fold of Srila Prabhupada's this ISKCON movement. They should take it seriously and commit their life for the project. The mercy is already there. The things are already there. Only time is separating. Aarti is starting. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. This is going to happen. Srila Prabhupada Vyas Puja ki. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna.
Now I'm going to let our temple president, co-president here, speak for himself. Since he only read from the Vyas Puja book, so he'll be making his offering now.
Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja ki. So it's a great honor to be here in Sri Vrindavan Dham. So many God brothers and God sisters glorifying Srila Prabhupada. Just as Krishna, before appearing, he sent all his representatives from his family to assist him in his Leela, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also appeared. So Srila Prabhupada was obviously sent to save all of us who are rotting in the material world and giving crystal clear guidance. Someone mentioned also that everything's in Prabhupada's books. So I've been doing some recording. I read Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita. And even though we've read the books, newer and newer realizations are coming. And so much instruction on every page is there. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, but especially the Chaitanya Charitamrita, how to behave, what is the finer attitude of devotees, how to live together, and how to avoid the pitfalls of thinking that there's something more somewhere else. Of course, Srila Prabhupada glorified the books of the Goswamis, and so much is there. But if you really, Prabhupada gave this contribution, Jnana Vairagya, that this knowledge is actually our foundation, that this is given by Krishna to Lord Brahma, to Narada Muni, the Guru Parampara. Srila Prabhupada gave it in such a way that we can understand it and we can apply it in our lives from the time we get up in the morning, just like Prabhupada every day would be reading and translating Bhagavatam or Chaitanya Charitamrita. So every day, early, we should hear and read the scripture and follow Prabhupada's standards and program. He's very concerned that everyone attend the Mangal Arti, that everyone attend the Guru Puja. Not familiarity breeds contempt. That, oh yes, I caught it online. I mean, it's okay if you're not well, but if you have the energy, you come, for the Guru Puja, glorify Srila Prabhupada. It's not just a ceremony or an external thing, but by practicing on a daily basis, hearing and following Prabhupada's regimens, that will gain the strength and the faith necessary. Because it's a struggle, material world's a difficult place. Daivihesha gunamayi, mamamaya dharatya. This mind and the conditioning for many, many lifetimes keeps us bewildered and not clear as to what is the real purpose of our life. But to surrender to the Guru, surrender to Srila Prabhupada, and have faith that by hearing his lectures and reading his books and following his instructions, and enthusiastically participating in the spreading of Krishna consciousness, preaching. Preaching is the essence. So as we heard from Sarvabhauma Prabhu, that so many books and so much, Prabhupada, just by his touch, even in Russia, he's only spent how many days? A few days, and gave a little instruction and then exploded. So this is the potency. Those who saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his tour, they became completely ecstatic, and people who saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became ecstatic. So Srila Prabhupada, he connected with all of us, and he's still available on a daily basis. So the more we can hear Prabhupada, the more Krishna conscious we become, Prabhupada becomes pleased. Prabhupada, what pleases you most? Everyone has their idea. Book distribution, that you become Krishna conscious. So we're in the right place in Sri Vrindavan Dham, and we have our wonderful spiritual master. What did Bandhu say? The soft lotus feet. Let us offer our obeisances to the soft lotus feet of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. I feel honored to have some opportunity for a little devotional service here, and we all can have unlimited opportunity. The more we hear, the more we chant, the more we'll be enthusiastic to perform activities to help assist Srila Prabhupada in spreading the mission of Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada ki
I have one of my friends here from Philadelphia. Of course, I joined in Philadelphia, Daiva Shakti joined in Philadelphia, and Hari Ashva Prabhu. A few years later, he also joined you in Philadelphia Temple and has been doing service there in various capacities for over 40 years now.
So, it's my inclination, not so much to speak, but there's so many senior devotees here. But I'm at the same time, it's an opportunity to say some glorification of Srila Prabhupada. And in this family, how could you miss such an opportunity? So I'll just give a reflection. In my relationship with Prabhupada, the word gratitude, which we started off with today, that's my relationship. I am immensely grateful to Srila Prabhupada. I am not Prabhupada's Diksha disciple. I came and Prabhupada was there, and I got to meet Prabhupada, but I was so fallen and so not ready. But Srila Prabhupada has set up a society which he labeled the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, which is replete with everything necessary for the development of love of God. You can start with a guy, a young man from South Philadelphia, a young black man from South Philadelphia, who very easily would break the regulated principles, not a second thought. But upon hearing from Srila Prabhupada, things begin to change. And the idea of living a life without adhering to the principles of Vaidhi Bhakti just seemed unethical. It just didn't seem like you could be a gentleman. But this Krishna consciousness, which Srila Prabhupada, it's such a unique vehicle because, yes, we understand Lord Chaitanya's compassion, his mercy, what he wants to give us. The teachings of Rupa Goswami, the benevolence and the vision of Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And yes, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta said, take this, put it in the English like, preach it in the West. But Srila Prabhupada created a vehicle that he called the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, which is so ripe. From the very beginning, you walk in the door and there's sadhu sangha. You meet such personalities as yourself. As you meet that association, which is going to take us to the next level, is there. And as we adhere to it, we find that there's a change that takes place. So for those young devotees or old devotees that are not disciples of Srila Prabhupada, then I'll tell you, there is so much mercy, so much nectar to be had, so much to be experienced. As also was explained earlier, Dad is nice, but Grandpa is like an ocean of mercy. And Srila Prabhupada is the gift to us that just keeps on giving. It continues and continues. And it blocks away those unwanted things in the heart. But the real process, the real gift is non-prabhu. Prabhupada gave us what Lord Chaitanya wanted us to have. He gave us the holy name. So if we're careful with the holy name and we take advantage, and yes, we make mistakes, we're not so pure. But if we try and we continue to try, then the process, it works even on a low person. So therefore I feel immense gratitude to Srila Prabhupada. I'm speaking of a guy from one place, but this happens all over the world, everywhere. And this magical diet that he gave called prasad, it's endless mercy at every bite. So how can you not be grateful to a person who not just changes your life, but the lives of so many others? And at the same time, from that gratitude, you'll develop some affection. And that's the other side of my relationship with Srila Prabhupada. I feel a deep affection for a person who's so kind and so giving. My 2 minutes is up. Thank you so very much. Glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for carrying out the Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from Radha Prabhu. He keeps telling me he'll speak, but only in Hindi. But it is an international society for Krishna consciousness, so we'll be more than happy to hear from Radha Prabhu.
हिंदी
Hindi, ठीक है?
ठीक है.
You can throw a few English words in too. Mix it up.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Salakya Chakshunurmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Gurave Gaurachandraya Radhika Talayalayam Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namah. जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम मैं हिंदी में बोलूँगा. आज प्रभुपाद जी का व्यास पूजा है. आज के दिन प्रभुपाद जी इस संसार में उनका पदार्पण हुआ था. यदि प्रभुपाद जी के विषय में ठीक से चिंतन किया जाए तो प्रभुपाद जी कोई इस संसार के आम व्यक्तियों में से नहीं है. जैसे अभी बहुत संत लोगों ने बताया, सार्वभौम प्रभु, पचुआ प्रभु, दीनबंधु प्रभु, प्रभुपाद जी जहाँ भी जाते थे इतना उनमें शुद्धता, इतना पवित्र विभूति हैं प्रभुपाद जी कि जहाँ भी जाते थे उनको देखने मात्र से जीव पवित्र हो जाता था. दर्शने पवित्र होइला यही तो मार्ग. एक बार दर्शन करने से प्रभुपाद जी को लोग शुद्ध हो जाते थे और प्रभुपाद जी के पीछे लग जाते थे. भारत की बात छोड़ दें, आप विदेशों में जाकर के देखिए, जो लोग ऐश्वर्य भोग में पले हुए हैं, भगवान के विषय में बिल्कुल नहीं जानते थे, उनके बीच में जाकर के प्रचार प्रसार करना ये कोई छोटी सी बात नहीं है. आप भारतवर्ष में प्रचार करने जब हम जाते हैं तो किसी के घर में चाय यदि छुड़वानी हो तो महीने लग जाता है. चाय नहीं छोड़ पाते हैं लोग. हम लोग कहते हैं चाय छोड़ना पड़ेगा यदि आपको ISKCON में आना है तो चाय नहीं मिलेगा. तो लोग बोलते हैं चाय बिना कैसे रह सकते हैं. यदि किसी व्यक्ति को पारस मणि मिल जाए, पारस पत्थर मिल जाए, तो पारस मणि में ये कला है, गुण है कि लोहे को सोना बना देता है. जितना मर्जी लोहा हो सबको सोना बना देगा. लेकिन अधम से अधम, पतित से पतित व्यक्ति, पारस पत्थर में यही गुण है कि केवल सोना बना सकता है. वे अपने जैसा नहीं बना सकता है, पारस पत्थर नहीं बना सकता है. लेकिन प्रभुपाद जी जैसा विभूति संत, जो व्यक्ति उनसे मिले, उनका जो दर्शन किए, केवल उनको शुद्ध नहीं किया, पवित्र नहीं किया, प्रभुपाद जी ने अपने जैसा सबको बना दिया. अपने जैसा बना दिया प्रभुपाद जी. आज प्रभुपाद जी के पद जैसा लोग हमारे संस्था में, जो हमारे भारत के लोग बहुत शास्त्र का ज्ञान नहीं रखते हैं, ये इनसे सुनिए कि कितना गहराई से, कितना नीचे कितना भीतर उतर करके शास्त्र की बात करते हैं। यही प्रभुपाद जी का देन है। प्रभुपाद जी तो जितना उनके विषय में बोला जाए, कभी कभी 7 दिन की कथा प्रभुपाद जी के विषय में होना चाहिए, भागवत जैसा। प्रभुपाद जी बहुत शुद्ध हैं, बहुत विनम्र थे प्रभुपाद जी। प्रभुपाद जी कहते थे सिंपल लिविंग हाई थिंकिंग, सीधा साधा रहो और विचार ऊंचा रहो। प्रभुपाद जी ने केवल कहा नहीं, इसको जीवन में उतार करके देखा प्रभुपाद जी ने। बहुत सीधा रहना, खान पान रहन सहन, लेकिन विचार बहुत ऊंचा। बड़े बड़े विदेश के लोग जो साइंटिस्ट थे, वैज्ञानिक थे, जो पढ़े लिखे लोग थे, प्रभुपाद जी के सामने आने पर कांपते थे। वो आने से उनको भय लगता था। प्रभुपाद जी में इतना प्योरिटी थी, इतना शुद्धता था प्रभुपाद जी। तो आप हम सभी बड़े भाग्यशाली हैं। सौभाग्य है कि ऐसे संस्था में हम लोगों ने ज्वाइन किया है। प्रभुपाद जी के संस्था में रह करके इतना सुंदर फिलॉसफी, इतना सुंदर सिद्धांत, हम लोग तो घूमते रहते हैं संसार में बड़ों बड़ों के पास, सर्वभौमा प्रभु जरा जानते हैं। ऐसा सुंदर सिद्धांत फिलॉसफी कहीं भी नहीं मिलेगा, इतना प्योर कहीं भी नहीं है। तो धन्यवाद आप सबका। आप सभी सुखी रहें, स्वस्थ रहें, प्रभुपाद जी की कृपा मिले आप सबको। हरे कृष्ण।
Thank you very much, Prabhu. So we have a few minutes left. So I'll tell one story. We like stories. Yes. We do like stories about Srila Prabhupada. And this also happened on Srila Prabhupada's Vyas Puja Day, 1973. So that was the 77th anniversary of his appearance. By this time I had been with Prabhupada for a year as his servant. So a year, that means I sat right there for over 360 classes. We hear how preaching is everything, but you also have to understand. That's why you need the spiritual master. He lets you understand. Because as what happened was, after in the temple room, Prabhupada gave the class that day. He glorified his disciples. He glorified Pradyumna and Pradyumna's wife, giving them credit for Chaitanya Charitamrita. He said practically Pradyumna has produced, and his wife did all the transcription. Anyway, that happened. Then there's a video, you see Prabhupada in his room, Bhakti-Vedanta Manor. There's like 6 plates, all on the white cloth on the floor. And Prabhupada sitting there as normally he would sit. He always had one leg up. He would eat like this. And you could see him looking what he wanted, picking one thing from the item from this plate, one item from this plate. I was going in and out, bringing more prasadam. And then he took a nap. And then he rang the bell. So this is like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I went in. I offered obeisances. He looked at me. He said, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Your health is okay?" I said, "Yes, yes." He said, "You look very thin." He said, "You're okay?" I said, "Yes." And I said, "Oh, well," I said, it was Janmashtami. We all know Janmashtami, we fast, everyone fasts. Then when it's 1 o'clock in the morning, how much can you eat? Even I was 23 years old. You can't eat that much, at least I couldn't, after fasting all day. And Prabhupada, I'm hearing him preach every day, minimize, eat less, sleep less, chant more, serve more. So I thought I'd take the opportunity, and I ate a little less at midnight. Then the next day, 12 hours later, again, you fast the whole morning long. You feel it here in the stomach. You don't even feel hungry sometimes after you fast. So I told Prabhupada, I said, well, it was Janmashtami, I ate a little bit. Then Sri Vyas Puja day, I said I fasted, so I wasn't that hungry. Again, I ate a little bit. 2 days, he called me in, he said, you don't look well. He looked at me, he said, you have service to do. He said, you have to be strong. He said, how are you going to give me massage if you don't eat? He said, you should eat whatever you can digest. That's what you should eat. So you might hear hundreds of lectures telling you, don't do this, don't do that. But you have to understand, see, these stories, they're not just pleasant little tales to laugh at. Everything is an instruction. Everything Prabhupada did, everything you looked at him doing, everything you heard him say, every move he made is an instruction in Krishna consciousness. Everything. So that was my instruction, was eat. Eat and do your service. So pretty soon there's going to be prasadam. Eat, take prasadam to your full satisfaction. That was also Prabhupada's instruction. And then 2 years later, right here in Prabhupada's quarters, he called me into the room. Same thing, fast day. He called me in. And me, I have no memory of what happened yesterday, what the speaker 2 years before. And he looked at me, he said, are you okay? I said, yes, Prabhupada. He said, you look very thin. Are you eating enough? Of course, I was very thin because here I was sick. There was a different reason. Isn't that I didn't want to eat. You can't eat when you're sick. But the same instruction he gave me, he said, you have service to do. Prajumna, when he didn't come for breakfast, same thing. We would hear Prabhupada all the time telling us, do this, don't do this. Stop all your eating, stop. He would chastise us for sleeping so many times. So Prajumna stopped eating breakfast. Prabhupada said, where's Prajumna? I was always the one, I said, Prabhupada, he's not taking breakfast now. He just eats 8 almonds, blanched almonds. That's all he eats. I read that, Ayurveda, very good for the brain. He said because he was sleeping, he said, so he doesn't want to eat so much. Prabhupada looked at me. He went right into the room, he called Prajumna. Prajumna, come and take breakfast. Why aren't you having breakfast? Oh, Prabhupada, if I eat breakfast, I just go to sleep. Sleep all day if you have to, he said. Sleep 10 hours a day. You have to take prasadam. So we have to understand when we hear everyone saying, do this, do this. Preaching. Everyone should be out preaching. After 2.5 years with Prabhupada, like everyone before me, I wanted to leave his service. And of course, I didn't know how to tell him. I went into his room. I said, Prabhupada, I want to stay in Hawaii. I want to preach. He looked at me. He said, my preaching's not good enough? So how we preach, everyone's preaching. Pujaris are preaching, the cooks are preaching, everything is preaching. You have to find that spot, you know? That's why you need guru. That's why you need advanced. Find that place where you can perform your Krishna consciousness nicely. So that was all. I think Aratik is about over. And I think we're going right into Pushpanjali.
About 15 minutes.
So as soon as
we'll get ready for Pushpanjali.
As soon as Aratik is over, we'll begin Pushpanjali, and now someone can start a little kirtan, I think, until that's ready. Srila Prabhupada Maha Mahotsava Ki Jai!
Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Iti Namine